Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Adam Carrington with Brooks AME Worship Center. Pastor?
Good morning. Let us pray. Eternal and all-wise God, thank you for this opportunity to call on your most holy and righteous name. Dear Lord, we pray for these, your servants, who serve you as our elected representatives. We pray for our mayor, our council members, our city manager, and all supporting staff, and we pray for their families. Dear Lord, as they serve you, we ask that you give them wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, guiding them through the agenda set before them today. Dear Lord, remind them of the privilege and honor it is to serve your people, bringing glory and honor to your name. May you renew the servant's leader's heart of the mayor and council, that they will always seek to serve the less fortunate, the left out, the powerless, and the vulnerable among us. Dear Lord, give them the courage needed to lead your city, the body of Christ, standing for what is right, fair, and never be afraid to speak truth to power. Remind this council, dear Lord, that how we treat the less fortunate, the left out, the powerless, and the vulnerable is how we will be judged. Now, oh God, at the end of this workday, I pray that you will allow them to leave work knowing they've done their best, serving your city, bringing honor and glory to your name. At the end of this workday, allow them to leave work at work, sending them home to the love and enjoyment of their families. And if by chance, dear Lord, today was a difficult, stressful day, remind them of your unfailing love, grace, strength, and comfort throughout their lives, and grant them peace that surpasses all understanding. This is our prayer, and I ask it in your Son, Jesus' name. And all those who believe said amen, and thank God.
Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by King High School student Caleb Castillo, who is a junior at King High School.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. Go Mustangs. Oh, God. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez is absent. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And Mr. Zanoni, would you like to begin your manager's report?
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, we have a couple of exciting things to talk to you about today. I'm going to begin, Mayor, from where you left off just a moment ago with the proclamations by recognizing our laboratory professionals here at the City of Corpus Christi. So I want to take this time to acknowledge and recognize the work of 7 medical laboratory professionals working at our health district as we observe Medical Laboratory Professionals Week, which is Sunday, April 24th through Saturday, April 30th. Medical Laboratory Professionals Week, also known as Lab Week, is an annual celebration of lab professionals and pathologists who play a vital role in healthcare and patient advocacy in our community. Lab Week also is used as an opportunity to increase public awareness and understanding and the appreciation of lab professionals. Our laboratory professionals at the Health District are vital in the diagnosis and in the treatment of illness and disease that impact our community. We know that they played a vital role in the COVID battle that we have been and still continue to fight. Just as a side note, our laboratory that we have at the Health District building is the closest one in the region, or the only one in the region, The next closest lab is up in San Antonio. So our laboratory professionals, who I like to call scientists, we're really fortunate that we have them working for us and that lab is here. Otherwise, we'd be waiting days to get results from lab work that's done. And that was especially true for the COVID testing. So we want to thank and celebrate our laboratory team for their contributions and commitment to providing health outcomes, better health outcomes for our community. Our multimedia team did put together a video that highlights some of the work that they've done. If you hadn't seen this video, if you don't see the video, it's kind of hard to imagine. I had the opportunity 2+ years ago to tour the Health District building and the laboratory and see them in action. So I'm familiar, but I want the community and the council to have an opportunity to see this as well. So our staff put together a small video, and we'll watch that now just for a moment.
As a microbiologist, a lot of our work is to be a detective and try to figure out what organisms are plaguing a patient.
If you're sick or you're not feeling well, you go to the doctor, they get a specimen from you, blood, whatever the case may be. They send it to the people in the back, that's us. And just depending on your symptoms or whatever the case is, we go ahead and just test it for certain things. And if we're able to narrow it down, we'll go ahead and let the physician know or let whomever know, and they're able to better diagnose your situation.
Here at the health department, we are working hand in hand to get lab and health equity out to the community and population who may not be able to get it elsewhere.
This particular lab that we're standing in, it's one of 10 in the state of Texas. And so a lot of people don't know that we're actually in our own backyard and we're able to test for certain bioterroristic organisms.
I am very proud of the profession that I chose and the work that we do. I enjoy this because I know I'm helping patients and ultimately the community's health.
I'd like to recognize them every day and not just one week, but if we get the week to recognize them, it's due to their hard work, and to celebrate the work that they do, that we do, is vital so that people know that we do work behind the scenes, but we are very important to the whole scheme of things for their health.
Great. What that video shows us is that these staff members are highly trained, highly technical, and highly caring, right? It's a very tough job back there dealing with specimens that are dangerous and that can impact their lives. So we appreciate them for what they do. They are with us today in the back. I'm going to ask them to stand.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, the team looks great back there. We had Angela Flores Ledesma, lab manager, Valerie Reynez, Reycanez, is that how you say it? Reycanez, our microbiologist, Rachel Rios, another microbiologist, Jolyn Gonzalez, our public health technician, Raymond Martinez, microbiologist, Renee Zapata, senior staff assistant, and then Stephanie Rivera, a lab assistant. So thank you very much, team, for not only the tremendous work through COVID, but the continued work of the work that you all do. We want to highlight that the Health District will be hosting a laboratory symposium tomorrow at the Health District building on Horn Road. That'll be from 9 to 11:30 inside the Health District auditorium. And that's a good way for professionals or young individuals who may want to get into this business. They can come and talk to any one of our staff members and better learn about what their career consists of and maybe go into that field themselves. So the symposium will include future lab technicians from local high school science programs. There tomorrow also will be students from Del Mar College, and Texas A&M Corpus Christi also will be there tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you again, team. So, Mayor, the next thing we want to do is talk about Buck Days because that's coming up next week. Buck Days presentation will be given this morning by Johnny Filippello. He is here today to give us a brief overview of the Buck Days Festival. Setup will begin next week, but the event begins May 5th and will conclude Sunday, May 15th. Buck Days is one of the city's most popular events, as we know, and there will be a carnival, a rodeo, a parade, live music, great food, as always, and more. It all begins on May 5th with the mayor walking the plank, right? The
There's no
traditional
plank, by the way, but yes.
mayor, right?
Jumping in the bay.
Yeah, so May 5th, hopefully the waters aren't too cold then. The mayor will be walking the plank into the Corpus Christi Bay waters to kick off the entire event. I want to thank Johnny for being here with us today, and he's going to give us a quick overview.
Excellent. Thank you, Peter, and Mayor, Council, thank you for the time today, and we do look forward to May 5th kicking off, and thanks for being a good sport, as always, on that. I think there's a PowerPoint to go with this that I'll just kind of talk you guys through as we dive in. So, did it make it? There it is. Perfect. Next slide, please. So May 5th through 15th, really two signature weekends of events. The first weekend featuring PBR and our Navy Army Night Parade. The second weekend, Rodeo Corpus Christi, Barbecue on the Bay, and our Children's Parade. With the Carnival and New Treasure Island that we're adding this year taking place all 11 days, that is. Next slide, please. This has been in the works for about 3 years now, I should say 5 years really, of bringing Buck Days all to one location at the American Bank Center and utilizing as much of that space as possible with the great conditioned buildings that we have there. As you can see, the carnival lays out basically wrapping around the entire facility. The arena will be programmed for 6 of the 11 days with the goal of long-term expanding that even to more of the 11 days for the event as a whole. The exhibit hall will 76,000 square feet will be full of shopping and other fun attractions we'll touch on. And then the bay side of the event the last weekend will be Barbecue on the Bay, which we weren't able to do last year. So really excited to bring this all together at one location. As I mentioned, the exhibit hall, this shows kind of a more detailed view of that. We've booked over 70 vendors from all across the state to come in and sell their goods and products, from boots to food to toys, you name it, it'll be there this year with that. And then on top of that, the traditional things like the petting zoo, pony rides, racing pigs will all be inside as part of that. So you can enjoy getting out of the wind and the sun and enjoy that air-conditioned space for some of the time, with some educational programming going on as well in there. So a really neat feature that we intended to do in 2020. It's 2022. We're finally able to do that with everything lifting and moving forward. Next slide, please. Obviously, condensing everything to that area creates challenges for parking. The Hooks have worked with us as well to accommodate this, and as well as RTA. So we're encouraging people. Right now, Port is semi-closed at 37, but they've assured us, Flatiron has assured us it will be open before Buck Days. So we're encouraging people to take the Port exit on 37, come park at Whataburger Field, and there'll be a shuttle to pick you up and drop you off at the front gate. You can certainly come in down Ocean as well and park on that side. But some great features of truly community partners working together on this. Next slide, please. Opening night, after the dunking of the mayor, we've got a great lineup for our dollar night. Lucky Joe to kick things off, and Alida Reina outside to celebrate Cinco de Mayo, which is also that day. So we're really excited about the kickoff of that. And then, as you're aware, last year we formed a partnership with PBR, hosting 2 days of PBR events. They approached us this summer. We're now the tour finale for the Velocity Tour, which is a 32 stop tour for PBR, where the top 4 from this will actually advance to their world finals. We stole this event from Las Vegas and are really excited to have it as part of our offering moving forward. So, next slide, please. The parades are back to the, I would say traditional route, but the traditional route until the bridge is finished. We'll start staging at Ortiz Center, go down Chaparral, come up Lomax Street to Leopard and then end on Staple Street before Park Street. So we're really excited about the night parade being back in full force. We think lots of families will come and enjoy that, and we have a great lineup of floats already set up for that. The junior parade is now the children's parade, and it will take place along Shoreline Boulevard, start at the Water's Edge Park and end up at the American Bank Center. We'll actually hand out awards to those students in the arena, like the old days at the Coliseum. So we'll bring everybody inside and have a fun celebration to wrap that up. And then a couple of our leadership programs. Next slide, please. Things we're doing to focus on education. The Port of Corpus Christi Leadership Program has evolved. It's 20 students truly being prepared for college, high school seniors from all over the region. Obviously, core group here from Corpus Christi, Flower Bluff, veterans, but we have students from Sinton and Kingsville as well engaged in this program. I want to thank city staff for taking the time to really show them all the different opportunities you can have working in city government, and you know, every degree program is essentially offered as being part of the city. But these students have worked here throughout the year learning about our region. They'll go off to college. We'll award about $75,000 in scholarships on the parade night to those students. And the goal is to say, go off, get your education, and come back to Corpus Christi. And I think we're well on our way to accomplishing that with this great group. The other program that we've implemented this year is our robotics rodeo. This will take place the first weekend of the event, arrival on May 6th, but the program in the Convention Center on May 7th. We'll have students from Corpus Christi, but also San Antonio, Houston, and the Valley competing in this First in Texas robotics competition. There'll be about 15,000 in prizes awarded to those students. And this is really the start of what our goal is in programming educational competitions for youth long-term to fill up the convention center throughout those 11 days. So hopefully you'll hear me come announce more of these programs in future years as well. But we really like the direction we're able to go with great partners helping us on this. And then our last weekend, May 11th through 14th, Rodeo Corpus Christi. Really excited this year. We'll have over $500,000 in prize money. We're one of 4 stops that are televised on CBS nationally, and we're part of the Triple Crown of Rodeos. So if you've driven by the American Bank Center lately, you will see that a young lady's picture is on the 30-foot tall on the side of the building there. Well, she won Salt Lake City in breakaway roping. She won Fort Worth in breakaway roping. If she wins Corpus Christi, she'll receive $1 million bonus as part of that. So we're really excited about the opportunity she has. And her day job is ICU nurse in College Station. So it's really a neat story that you'll hear a lot more about as we get into this. The next slide, our concert series, we're really excited, and tickets are going really well for this. We continue to bring a diverse lineup to the community. Wednesday night, Flo Rida. Thursday will be Bobby Polito. Friday, Clay Walker. And Saturday, Randy Rogers for that. So it's really helped us to continue growing and bringing more and more attendance to our events. And then the next slide, you can see there the young lady I referred to at CBS. Our broadcast will be on June 5th there, so an hour-long program. These broadcasts are ranging between 500,000 and 1.2 million viewers, so we're really excited to get that time slot and showcase rodeo, but also showcase Corpus Christi in that process. And then lastly, you guys are aware you helped with the tax increment reinvestment zone. We're excited to kick off our building project, the Henry Garrett Center. Invitations are going in the mail today, but we'll do a groundbreaking on May the 10th at the site right there at Fitzgerald and Water to kick off construction of this new building that we'll call the Buck Days Home for the next 80-something years of our existence. We're really excited about where we're headed. We're at $1.4 million in giving today. Next slide, please. And we'll hopefully break the $1.5 million mark here during Buck Days this year and come back and have some great announcements. Last year we had 77,000 people buy a ticket to some form of the event. under a restricted capacity. We think we'll exceed that by a lot this year, so we're really excited, and thank you for your time.
Good, thank you. Johnny, thank you, and thank you for everything you're doing. This takes a lot. It's very easy for everyone to just show up and have fun, and that's the point. But there's a lot of work, and so you're at the helm with that, and you've got a team behind you. But we thank you for your leadership.
Well, and same to the city and all the departments. You don't realize how much every single department carries their piece of making it happen, particularly the parade day. So we really appreciate the partnership.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. Yesterday we met with the team with Johnny, with all the city departments. So it's our core departments that are involved in this, including police and fire, streets, parks and recreation. It's a big team. So I think we had over 30 people on our WebEx yesterday. Even the National Weather Service, who's predicting no rain and a little bit warmer than usual. So
Warmer?
yeah.
Okay.
So that water's going to feel good, Mayor, when you jump
He
in.
just told, he told me there was a cold front
We
coming
may be
in.
right behind you. Yes. Right.
No Arctic front.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to turn our attention to a little bit more serious business, which is the Nueces County Appraisal District's annual appraisal process. We just want to talk to the community to make sure they understand it and what they can do about the appraisal notice that they may have received, and understand the three different parties that are involved in appraisals and taxes generally. So in accordance with the tax code, the Nueces County Appraisal District, that's a separate entity, Nueces County Appraisal District. It's not part of Nueces County government per se, but it's a separate district. They began on April 18 sending out appraisal notices to all property owners in Nueces County, and they will continue mailing notices until mid-May. So it's going to take some time to get all those notices mailed out. There's approximately 160,000 notices that will be mailed ultimately by the appraisal district. That includes personal property, business property in our county. The Nueces County Appraisal District has a chief appraiser, kind of their CEO, that's Ronnie Canales. And they do have a board of directors. It's 9 members, and the city appoints 2 of those members. The city of Corpus Christi does. The appointees that the council has done in recent time includes Jerry Garcia, who serves as the chairman, and then Robert Adler is our other appointee. So establishing property tax levies has 3 parties, as I mentioned. The first step is the chief appraiser sends out the appraisal notices annually. Then each governing body, such as the city, school districts, the county, they set their tax rate in the coming months. And then the third party involved is the tax assessor collector, Kevin Kieschnick today. And they calculate the tax imposed on each property and send out the property tax bill. So 3 different parties, and we want the community to understand that so they know who to call as time progresses, right? During our budget process, the City Council will consider the property tax rate for the coming year. It is important to note that while appraisals may be up on existing property, the state has capped cities to no more than 3.5% revenue growth year over year. So as we develop our budget, we'll have to look at our tax rate. It may be required to lower it to stay within that 3.5%, but that's all material that will be developed working with the appraisal district in the coming months. Now, owners can contest their value. If they think the value went up too much and they're not happy with that, they can contest it. It's an annual part of the process. They can do that by filing a notice by May 18 to the appraisal district. So the notice of protest is included in their appraisal envelope that they got in the mail. And the notice must be mailed or delivered to the appraisal district, which is at 201 North Chaparral Street. So all those instructions are there in their appraisal notice that they got. Okay, then one other important thing is we want to take a moment to recognize our boards and commissions in the city of Corpus Christi. And so while serving as an at-large member several years ago, then Councilwoman, now Mayor Guajardo, and Councilman Smith 3 years ago expressed to me the importance of the boards and commissions. And so we have been on a 3-year journey to kind of drill down into the organization, the importance of partnering not only with external partners, but with our boards and commissions as well. And we're still doing that. It's still a work in progress, but I did want to provide you an update today. I have been working with the leadership staff to eliminate old business practices that have been formed where the staff didn't really engage the commissions and boards as much as we should have or should be doing. And so we're doing that, and I'll talk more about that momentarily, but just let me talk about the numbers so the audience can know. So there are 14 active advisory boards and commissions, 14 that the City Council has appointed or convened. They do play a vital role in the business of the city, the business that we run, and the community impact. These 14 that you can see on the screen play a vital role. All advisory boards and commissions that you see here meet at least once a month. They have a meeting once a month. The boards and commission members are residents of Corpus Christi, and they are volunteers. So we want to be mindful of their thought process, their professionalism, but the fact also that the volunteering to help our business processes run better, and we want to recognize that. The role of the advisory boards and commissions, though, is not to make decisions on city business, right? But they are to provide input to city staff on policy, on operations, on budget matters, on initiatives. As an example, on today's City Council agenda, there's 2 parks-related initiatives that went to the Parks Advisory Board, where we got their input before we brought them here. That includes the Parks Master Plan, Bill Witt Master Plan, and also that tree planting initiative. So that's a good example of what we take to them to get their thought, their input, and to see if we should make any edits to our material before we bring it to City Council. Today I want to especially focus on 6 of the boards and commissions where city staff will be focusing most closely in these coming weeks to build better relationships and engagement. You can see the 6 here. That includes our airport board. John Riley is the chair of that. There are 10 members on that board. I've been to a few of their board meetings in my 3 years here. Our Animal Care Advisory Committee is an important one that has 7 members. They are scheduled to vote, the committee itself, on appointing the chair this month. The ISAC, we know the ISAC. I don't know if Jay Gardner is here today. Sometimes he's here, but that's an important one. That is a very active one, has 14 members. Jay Gardner is the chair. Library Board, we're grateful for them. Alice Nixon is the chair of that 8-member board. The Marina Advisory Committee, which the mayor kind of reconvened and made some big changes in the appointments of persons there, is chaired by Richard Bell. That has 9 members. And then our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, chaired by Alyssa Mejia, 11 members there. So as we can kind of tell by the titles, the Airport Board assists in the developing and monitoring the goals of airport improvements. I recently, this week, in fact, yesterday, had a conversation with Ted Mandel, who recently came off the board, but he gave me some really good ideas on how we can improve our relationship with the board, to include having directors already go, but having assistant city managers attend the meetings kind of in a mandatory way. That was a good one, and some other input that he gave as well. Our Animal Care Advisory Board is influential in helping to create modifications to the animal control program and other community needs when it comes to animal care. We know ISAC has been in the works for many years, helping to develop tools on Padre and Mustang Island for economic development. Library Board helps in the comprehensive policies of library services. The Marina Advisory is going to be more important in coming months as we implement that $30 million of reinvestment on 30% of the slips and piers there. And then our Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee is a real active one, also known as PRAC, and they're important in the overall park system. We will be bringing the bond program recommendations to them as well and other big policies to get their input. And so that is an update on that. And actually, one other thing, in a recent meeting with the mayor that I had to talk about how we're trying to improve our work efforts with them, the mayor suggested that for the 14 commissions, the 14 advisory boards and commissions, that upon their monthly meetings being complete, that the chair of those committees send to the full city council a short memo that kind of summarizes what took place that month in that meeting. And so it can be a short narrative with an attachment of the agenda. And so that's something that will work with the chairs of each of those 14 boards and commissions, as well as city staff, to develop that process. It'll be a good way to summarize what took place in that meeting that month, and then also to let the council know what they're working on as well. So that's something that will be coming in the near future, that monthly report out from the chairs of each of those 14 boards and commissions. Okay? Okay, and then our final item here, we're a little bit past 12, but Mayor,
Mr.
did
Zenonia,
you-
if I
Yes,
may,
ma'am.
yeah, because
Okay.
we do have to get to public comment, being that it's right after
Okay.
noon. But I do want to comment on this, and I want to, I think this is somewhat of an issue of educating the council, because in 6 years that we've been here, I don't know that we've gotten recommendations that come up from certain very important boards, some of which you listed and some that aren't. That aren't listed, but they're all very important because they are volunteers. They are people who give of their time to make, whatever the department is, better. And so I just want the council members to know that you are able, and I am going to start doing this, request that we see the recommendation from the advisory board or committee. So what I've confirmed with Ms. Huerta is that every advisory board or committee is able to give a recommendation should we want one. So I just think that, is that correct? Yes. So I want the council members to know that you are able to ask for that recommendation. But more importantly, Mr. Zenonia, it's, in my opinion, not so much a matter of strengthening a relationship with our boards and committee, but setting a process by which when they meet, they are sending up a recommendation. And it could be 3 times a year. It could be monthly. I don't know, but that's something that you guys figure out. But I would like to start seeing, what does the board or committee that we appointed or that we created, what are their thoughts on that particular issue? And I think all too much, we forget that that advisory body exists. Or I think a lot of council members would say, well, what is the board thing? ISAC is a great example of one that has some very strong processes.
Yeah.
You'll never forget that, and they also have the TERS. So it's a little bit different, but when you have the animal care, Corpus Christi Animal Control Advisory Board, we don't hear from, there is no process. There is one that exists, because I read it, but it is not one that it is not utilized. And so that needs to happen across, pardon the pun, the board. Okay, so I'll leave it at that, because we do have to get to public comment, and then we'll come back to your report, if that's okay.
Yeah, we have one
with you.
final item, and we want to recognize our NextEra gas company that's
Yes,
here.
and
So
I don't
we'll
want to
do-
rush that.
Right, so
Okay.
let's do the citizens, then we'll come back.
Let's do that, okay. Mr. Risley, would you like to review the council meeting rules?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling each person in order by which he signed up electronically. In-person public comment will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so, but when the item is considered during the meeting, you will not be able to speak a second time on it. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. For those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak, and once the buzzer goes off, if you would kindly conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any other information pertaining to your subject matter, please present it to our city secretary before speaking. So our first public comment will be William Grady.
Hello, my name is William Grady. I live at 330 Aberdeen Avenue, and my concern is with the agenda item concerning the rezoning of the old Mount Carmel home. And there are zoning signs on the property that have been there for quite a while, and they list two dates, a February meeting and a May 10th meeting. I went to the February 23rd meeting, and I didn't learn much. Apparently there was supposed to be a presenter there from Dallas who did not present because the weather wasn't inclement up there, and it really, truly was. And so I really don't know whether I'm for or against the zoning, because I feel really left out of the process, and that's really the concern that I'm bringing to you, because, you know, I'm assuming when that item was tabled in the February meeting, that it would be brought back up in the May meeting. And I assumed also maybe that the presenter that was supposed to have been there in February might be there at the May meeting, so I could continue to be involved in what was happening. And then a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, I saw in the Caller Times that the City Council had unanimously approved the rezoning of the property. And I'm like, I don't understand this city process. So I did do some telephone work, and I've had some explanations about, you know, the second reading, which is today, from what I was told. And that, you know, it really isn't finalized until the second reading, which is today. My question is, did I miss some opportunity for public input? Because I don't understand the process at all.
And Mr. Grady, what we can do, due to the rules of decorum, we are not able to answer or give remarks back, but we're very happy to have staff clarify all of that for you after you're done speaking public comment.
Yes, sir.
What are they going to clarify? I'm sorry, but
Is it-
Yeah, Andrew,
Well, but he's-
our development services staff is in the back. They'll talk to you. Andrew Demas in the blue suit. The council's not allowed to comment back to the citizen, the mayor was saying, but we do have staff here, and they'll be glad to talk to you. Part of our decorum. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that way you
Okay.
can ask questions and they can
Yeah.
clarify everything for you too. And
Mayor,
there's no time
Point of
limit.
inquiry. and
seems like it
There's more
should
time
be
for him to do it.
public, but
There's more time for us to do it.
that's okay. That's the way it is.
Point of inquiry, and I ask our Rebecca, that since this item that he's talking about is actually on the agenda, is this something we can speak back to with regards to public comment, or do we have to wait until it's actually either pulled or discussed?
I would recommend waiting till the item comes up to discuss it
Okay,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Ms.
itself.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay, so Ms. Huerta, I think that concludes all of our in-person.
Yes, ma'am. We do have 2 individuals who will be speaking by phone.
Okay.
I have Melissa Zamora. Ms. Zamora, are you on the phone? Okay, don't hear anything. How about Christopher Phelan?
I'm right here. Give me 1 second. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
go
here
ahead.
today to talk to you about, there's several things on the agenda. One, you're going into executive session to discuss desal and discuss support. And it's, you know, it's disgusting that we have to wait. We're supposed to go on at 12, and the public is not prioritized at all in this town. We see that our elected officials, y'all are controlled by the port. We elect y'all, and y'all are supposed to put the port together in the way we want. Y'all are our elected officials, but no, the port comes and gives y'all money, $42,000 campaigns for this little $9,000 job, and then you don't listen to us. We bring you 4,000 signatures. We tell you we don't want desal, we don't want to destroy the bay, and you don't listen to us. And now you haven't been able to move fast enough, and they are ignoring you, and they are doing whatever they want, because now we see they're who run this town. We are all subservient to them, right? But we're not. And you're finding that out because you are not listening to your boards. You're not listening to the constituents, and you prioritize. Lyondale comes up there. You let them talk. You bring them up there to talk. You ignore our emails. You lie to us and tell us you're going to call us back. We were right. It's $500 million for desal. The city's been piecing it together, little bit at a time, lying to the public. And then the port comes out, and they're going to put it all out there on the line. It's $500 million, and we drink out of 70-year-old water mains. We've got water towers that are sitting there rusting, sitting there for 5 years, don't even work, not even hooked up. It's disgusting what's going on, and you're going to find out because the EPA is taking you to task, and that's why you're going back into executive session. All of that is done in the dark will come to the light. Thank you.
I think so. Mr. Phelan, are you still on? I'm not sure, Mayor. They might take him off.
If y'all called on me, I've been on this call.
I did, totally. I was just saying if you're ready to give some background on the Bitcoin situation in Corpus.
Yeah.
We can come back to it.
Yeah. No. Please.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So the executive session item that Mr. Phelan is referring to was initially put on as an executive session item, and it is on there should we need to go back to executive session. However, I have pulled that item, and we will be discussing that with our commissioners out in the open momentarily. So I hope you can hear that. But it is listed as an executive session item only. Per our legal counsel, we are able to have that item out in the open as well because it is listed. So it will be out in the open, and for those reasons, to be transparent. All right, Ms. Wagner?
And that concludes the public comment period, Mayor.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Zanoni, we'll go ahead and go back to your report.
Okay.
I think that's...
Yes, ma'am. Just one more item, but it's
Sure.
a very, very important one. So we want to recognize the important partnership that we have with our gas provider. We know that the city is the gas provider to residential and commercial customers. And we buy our gas that we ultimately sell to our customers from a company called NextEra. The city has maintained a business relationship with them since 2006, so almost 20 years, 17 years or so. We, with them, recently expanded our partnership to help gas customers who need work in their homes with respect to the gas lines that go into their homes. Sometimes they corrode and they need to be replaced, and eligible homeowners that can't afford to do it can now rely on this program that we have thanks to NextEra. It's a $500,000 donation, $500,000 donation that is being provided to us over the next 5 years from our gas provider. Bill Mahaffey, our director of gas department, is here to share some information about the program, which is called Plumbers. Is it Plumbers to People?
Yeah, Plumbers to People.
Plumbers to People. And so he's going to talk to us about that. But I did want to just say one more word about NextEra. Some cities in Texas are still in litigation with their gas providers from that extreme weather event we had in February. We, by contrast, were able to work with our company, NextEra, who lowered their price that we had to pay for natural gas. And so that's a huge applause that we owe to this company, that we were able to lower the cost for gas and not pass that entirely on to the ratepayer.
Right.
And we did it swiftly with Bill's help and the NextEra folks' help as well. So that just shows that we have a great gas partner with NextEra, and we want to continue that relationship. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
A year ago, I spoke with Larry Wall, the president of Pipeline with NextEra Energy, regarding a need for the Corpus Christi gas customers. We noticed several customers in need of assistance in order to have their gas lines repaired in their homes, and they just simply couldn't afford it. And almost immediately, Larry signed up to help with the program. Given the gas department's long tradition of going above and beyond to help our customers, we decided to create a program to assist those in need. And the Plumbers to People program is designed to assist them beyond the meter and truly go the distance for our customers. I have a short video to show, and then we'll move on.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
And with that, I just would like to turn it over to the mayor, and if y'all want to present the check.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni, and thank you for bringing this to our attention. Councilman Pusley, sorry, Councilman Pusley actually brought it to our attention, and this is a big deal because we really, really treasure and we rely on our partnerships. And so what you mentioned, Peter, is absolutely right. There are people out there who are, there's litigation, and we don't have that, and that has everything to do with our relationship with you. So thank you. We really wanted to take time to do this check presentation because we care and we are extremely grateful for what this gift you're giving. Absolutely.
Yes, I wanted to also apologize to NextEra and to Bill. When we originally had this on the agenda, it was a very long agenda. You were at the end of that agenda. And by the time we got to you, most of us had gone brain dead, and I know I had. And we just said thank you very much and ushered you out the back door. And I want to apologize for that. We certainly didn't intend to not exemplify the importance of this presentation and this award and this grant from your company, and for Bill's hard work in his department. So. On my behalf, I want to thank you very much.
Sure.
So here's the big check.
Mayor, that concludes the city manager's report for this morning.
I did, Mayor. I just wanted to point out for the general public, the 3.5% cap on municipality tax increases was implemented by the state legislature in the last session, and they exempted school districts, though. And in the state of Texas, I think regardless of where you live, about 50% of your tax bill every year goes to some school district. And it's my understanding that the state legislature, Peter, is entertaining the ideal of, currently there is a 10% maximum cap on raising appraisals on any given piece of property in the state of Texas, and they are entertaining the ideal to reduce that to 5%.
Wow.
So, and again, the school districts will be exempt from that. So, tighten your belts, get ready.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Councilman Pusley, for reminding us of that. Of the tax bill that residents receive, the city's portion is only 25%. The school districts, and then there's about 50%, and then the county with the hospital district is the other 25%. So it's just good to point out and remind folks that.
Oh, thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and go on to our consent agenda items, number 1 through 26. Any requests from council members to pull an item between 1 through 26? I'm going to pull item 25 and 26.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 7, number 8. I intend to vote no on those two. And then item number 13.
Okay. Any other items, gentlemen? Okay, there being none other, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'm sorry?
Mayor?
Let's pass this. Oh, do you have a question on the items?
Yeah, so on item number 1, we do have some representatives from our...
Okay, we'll put item number 1.
Right. We want to recognize the
Absolutely.
individuals that came to speak. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right, with that in mind, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items number 1 through 26 with the exception of the listed items. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull item number 1. Item number 1 is one reading ordinance establishing the process and type of notice required for a joint public hearing of the City Council and the Planning Commission for zoning map and zoning text amendments. Can't read.
I can go, it's a small presentation. Do you have questions, or would you rather me go through the small presentation? Okay, sure. Waiting for it to come up. Here we are. Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This one reading ordinance is to establish the process and type of notice required for a joint public hearing of the City Council and the Planning Commission for zoning map and zoning text amendments. The zoning map amendments, or rezoning as it were, can be initiated by individual landowners or by the city. When a rezoning affects more than 10 parcels of land, as per section 3.3.7 of the UDC, City Council prescribes the type of notice of the joint hearing for City Council and Planning Commission, the publication on the City Council agenda and the city's website. The notice shall identify the time and place of the meeting. The notice is an alternative to the notice requirements prescribed for standard zoning map and zoning text amendments. Staff recommends approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Yeah, Mayor, I was just going to say, Al, thank you for that presentation. That this is what this item is about, is what this council has talked to us about in recent weeks, which is protecting our Naval Air Station bases here in Corpus Christi. We know that the City Council and Mayor care about the naval installations. They are critical to our economy, to our fabric of being the City of Corpus Christi, and so more information will be forthcoming on this item, but it's a way for the city to protect airspace around the naval installations, to ensure the safety of persons that live in the flight path or have commerce in the flight path. It will address density issues, noise and height are already addressed to some extent, and then sound attenuation also is somewhat addressed. But Density is the key thing. This is a swift way of going about it, and it will be a joint meeting of the City Council and the Planning Commission. We want to thank Captain Jason and some of his team members that are here this morning to speak on the item as well.
Perfect. Yes, and I think we all concur. This is great. Captain Jason is here. Ben Pollock is here. Would you like to say a few words, or we'd love to hear them?
Well, thank you all. So really what I just want to do is provide just a little bit of context to what zoning means for us. So what we're talking about here is protecting our airspace around our installation and our training fields, just more generally speaking. So our usage of our airfields changes when we get new aircraft, when different squadrons will use a different field. So periodically we'll review how we use that aircraft. We'll take a look at things like sorties per runway, which is wind dependent, aircraft type dependent, and we'll essentially draw a map of density. Where are the airplanes flying? And we know when an aircraft is at its most vulnerable, and we rate zones 1, 2, 3 just based on accident potential. There's two purposes of trying to define where an accident is most likely and least likely to occur around an airfield. Now, one of those is to protect people who may want to live under those flight paths. And then once the other piece of it is protecting the air operations. So those two things are not mutually exclusive. They come together. Essentially, once we identify the predominant operations around the field, we draw those zones, we share those with the city, and then we try to work together to make sure that we don't have incompatible development, which is essentially a building of such density that it's considered by our standards to be too risky for that particular piece of land based on the flight operations that are being conducted. And so it's in our mutual interest to protect citizens from those risks, as well as to ensure that should we have construction there, then the risk is deferred to the air crews as well as the private citizen. So we then as the Navy have to either accept undue risk for people, which we will not do, or we potentially have to accept undue risk for pilots by altering the flight path, which either reduces the training or puts them at higher risk of an accident themselves. So there's a lot to go into it, a lot of variables. We look at things. It's not just buildings, schools and apartments and things. It could also be agricultural use, which seeds attract birds, birds hit airplanes. So there's a lot that goes into it. And the partnership we have exercised has been outstanding so far. We have faced challenges as a team before with relocating a school. We've faced challenges with apartment complexes in the Bluff. And I believe that we are both honest partners that can take a look with candor and with objectivity and really take a look and say, okay, this is where the risk line is. It's not always black and white. There's oftentimes compromise. But at the end of the day, we come up with the best answer so that training is preserved and the public is safe. And that's the goal. So appreciate the support, and we're here to support your process. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Captain
right.
Jason. Thank you for being here. And just so you know, as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, our partnership and relationship with you is very sacred, and I know I speak for the council. So thank you for all you do, and we will continue to work together to make certain that we continue our partnership here in the community.
The partnership is, and I don't want to reveal too much, but has been formally recognized by the Secretary of the Navy and Commander Naval Installations. Corpus Christi's relationship with the city and the county and the state are on the map. So this is the example for others.
Yes.
So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 1.
I move for approval.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Pessler?
Yeah, Mayor, along with this, would it be appropriate for the city manager and the mayor jointly to sign a communication to our planning commission members stating the importance of how we feel about this? I think that would be really good to communicate that, so we have a clear understanding with both planning commission staff and the planning commission members of how important this relationship is for the city of Corpus Christi.
Right, a good idea, Councilman.
Yes, thank you
We'll do
for that suggestion. Thank you. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I'm going to go to item number, the order in which we pulled, item number 25. I pulled that item. That is the resolution to accept a public improvement district petition by Diamond Beach Holdings, which I am in favor of completely. The reason I pulled it is because there has been extensive outreach and communication from that particular area.
3 other people did, and they
Miss
didn't call
Rita-
none of us.
Okay.
Machine evidently ain't working.
Well, I think she's handling it.
One signed taking care of it.
Yeah, Mr. Gordy, we'll,
Somebody needs to straighten the machine out or get it.
she's gonna fix it, but we'll address it. I've already been made aware. We'll address it. Back to item number 25, lots of extensive outreach regarding, a concern for traffic. And so, thank you. Ms. Gardner, I would like to request or ask you about the possibility of asking the developer to possibly do a traffic study on this area so that we can, so that we can address that, because it's coming in pretty strongly.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is something that the council does have the ability to request of the developer, so that they could conduct a traffic impact analysis that would show what type of an impact that development and the vehicles that it would generate would have on the island itself.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you. I agree with the mayor that this is large enough. I see Alan is about to leave, but
Al's leaving.
Andrew, a 250-acre, 240-acre development, are they required to have a traffic study? They're going for a PUD, so in the planning process?
Excellent question, Councilmember. Yes, any type of use that generates more than 501 trips is automatically required to turn in a traffic impact analysis, especially being a PUD. And in discussions with the developer, they've already begun that process.
Okay, so that is in the works. Okay. And so when can the public take it'll be going through planning and zoning? What's any ideas there?
As soon as we receive a submittal for the PUD, it becomes public record, and we can start the briefings.
And the briefing starts in planning and zoning and then comes to this body. Since it is a PUD, if it wasn't a PUD, the fact that it's zoned R6, it wouldn't be. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
But since they're going for a PUD, so that's a public meeting, open to all, in the planning and zoning, watch on the agenda, and then it will come here also. So
precisely.
The public has a couple of views at it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So there's no need to request. Thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful. That's great. I just wanted to make sure we address that. Okay, so with that, I'll entertain a motion to, where are we? Yes, sir. Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we had, let's see, Councilman Hernandez and myself, yesterday had a really nice long conversation with Andrea and our consultant about the PID, and I gave Andrea a list of concerns that I had received from folks that live in and around this development, or future development, and things like, will this be golf cart friendly? Are there going to be STRs? Who's going to maintain the canals, which I think we still haven't decided yet how that's going to work. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And Peter, just so you know, Mary Petty is on the
Yes.
WebEx call as well.
Right. Well, the developer in charge has suggested that they maintain the canals. In fact, they're going to remove this they're in the works to remove the territory from the homeowners association.
Okay.
That will maintain the rest of the canals. But this, they want to control the canal and the canal maintenance.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's really good because the examples I've been given from those who live in and around canals, that's a very expensive proposition for their homeowners association, or it would be for anyone. And the traffic was a major concern for a number of people.
Right.
And let's see, the water, wastewater, drainage, those kinds of things. So I think there's a number of issues we need to address. This is just to start the process. We now, by law, are going to have a public hearing May 17th. I believe that's correct.
That is correct, sir. That's the action before you today, is to schedule that public hearing for May 17th.
Okay. And from there, and then we're still in negotiations with the developer on some other pieces of this as well.
Yeah, yes, we're continuing to discuss different matters with the developer.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. And, you know, these are great concerns on there. I think everybody will be looking at them. But from what I've seen from the development, the fact that currently it is zoned R6, which from a practical standpoint, you can put about 6 houses per acre. And what they're proposing, 50 acres of natural area on there, 605 houses. If you've got 250 acres, you can put about 1,500 houses on there. So once we get the PUD, we don't know, but the first set of renderings we had are a much less dense than what the maximum density that R6 type of zoning could have. So of course traffic is an issue, but I think we need to keep in mind that the project that when we go into planning and zoning and then here could be create a lot more traffic under what it's zoned for than what we've been told so far. So that's, I think, an important consideration to people on the island that this property is zoned for residential family. It's always been zoned R6 for that. So we're limited in what we can do. We're looking at development that will probably be less dense but have a higher valuation because they're going the extra mile. This is not our D.R. Horton type. If D.R. Horton had bought that land, then we'd be looking at 1,500 or 1,600 houses with it, with a valuation that's a fraction of this. So always keep that in mind. You know, this is private property. It's zoned R6. It's always been R6. So as we move forward, of course there's going to be more demands on services with it. But no matter who owns it, that's going to be the case because it has and always been zoned for residential.
Yeah. Madam Mayor and Council,
Yes.
just so you know, yesterday I was contacted by Rose Fulbright, which is our bond counsel, and they asked for us to do a substitute resolution because the developer requested to change the name from White Cap Preserve PID to White Cap Public Improvement District number 1. Okay. So they just removed the name Preserve from the name of the PID. And I wanted to make sure and point that out. So I don't know if you need some special motion for that.
Do we need to, Ms. Huerta, is that a whole nother item?
On this item right now, the resolution?
Well, except the PID, well, yeah, because we're calling it here,
right,
White Cap Preserve Development, so we probably need to amend.
I would, yeah, for the record, we can
Okay.
do that. Just
That's
making a
fine.
quick amendment.
Okay, well, we'll definitely do that.
And then,
yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, did you want to highlight the other big concern
Yes.
that I've heard, and that is the boundary of
Yes.
this one particular area? I've handed out, or Holly handed out a map for the council,
Yes.
is not included in the PID boundary, and there has been some confusion about whether that area is included in the PID boundary or not. So it is not included, therefore it will not be part of the PID assessments if the council approves the PID.
The middle, it says not in PID.
Right, yeah, the homes that are on the streets that are involved in there, just to point out to the community, Canadian Mist, so homes on Canadian Mist, Crown Royal, and Highland Mist. Those are the 3 streets in that zone, so they are not part of the PID.
Okay.
They're not going to be assessed a PID assessment.
Okay.
We just want to point
Great.
that out.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, we had some open questions that we had during our discussion that Councilman Pusley had mentioned earlier. You know, I'm in favor of this because this is another tool in the toolbox to pay for development. And I know it's, I mentioned this before, this is going to be the hardest one because it's the first one out of the box. But I think we can work through the details to make this work and hopefully open this up for other options down the future. Like I said, I envisioned this in the ETJ, but this is okay too, and we can manage through it. I did mention that, you know, we had in the policy that we created for PIDs mentioned a 20-year policy, but a limit, but it comes out that they need more time than that. I think 25 to 30 years. I think we may ask our consultant that specializes in this, maybe she can take a look at our policy and see if we need to make any adjustments to make it more compatible with what is actually being done, what's actually being needed. The only thing that's a non-starter is that we don't want things that go on in perpetuity. So there has to be an end, and I think we had that discussion. I screwed up the quote last time from Ronald Reagan, where the only thing that's closest to everlasting life is a government program. Well, I don't want that to be the case, and we should make sure we do that on the front end, not on the back end. Okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir, I made note of all of your comments from yesterday.
Thank you. Appreciate
I'm
that.
sure you did, Andrea. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I think I'd like to make it, and correct me if I'm wrong, very clear that this PID is all the property only owned by one owner. So there's no existing development on it. Nobody is going to be in the PID except for this one owner. Once it sells, then it will, but we're not going after any other properties, houses, anything else adding into the PID. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it's only the current owners of the property that are included in the PID. We're not going after, as you stated, any other properties
Yes,
to include in those boundaries.
So nobody else on the island or Corpus Christi, for that fact, is going to see an assessment on their bill with it. It is only future improvements being done, and there's some confusion on that on the island. So that is correct. This is only for the future. Nobody currently is going to be on that PID because it just doesn't work that way, correct?
That is 100% correct, Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. This one here? Yes, ma'am. I'll give it to Greg. Greg, you want it so we can change that?
Well, we're doing that now. Yeah, he's got it here. You want to go ahead and do that?
So
I'm
do
gonna
we
go
want to do
ahead
a motion to approve?
Hold on. I'm going to entertain, if I can finish, going to entertain a motion.
I thought we were going to
Get a
amend it
motion.
first, though.
Well, he's going to read.
Oh, gotcha. That's
Okay,
right. Yeah, you're right, Mayor.
recommend-
Yeah.
Motion is attached in Exhibit B enclosed in the letter from Norton Rose Fulbright. I move that the City Council adopt a resolution accepting the petition authorizing a public hearing and publication of mailing of notices. Did I?
Is that correct?
That's
Second.
the recommended motion.
Okay. So you have a second?
Motion,
Okay,
yeah.
so now we need an amendment. What was the amendment again?
Okay. To change
Ms. Gardner?
the name of the PUD. So
okay.
Councilman Pusley, you're,
Yes, I'd like to offer an amendment that as per the developer's request, that the name of the PID will be changed to just Whitecap?
Whitecap, yes.
Whitecap Development?
Yes. Okay, do we have a
Second.
second? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 26, I
But
pulled.
we just need to pass it as
I'm
amended.
sorry.
Yeah.
You want to motion to amend, as amended?
A motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 26 is a motion to authorize renewal of an agreement with United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce to support the operations and activities of the South Texas Military Task Force. I'm pulling this just to say thank you, gentlemen. Mr. LaRue's in the audience. Mr. Cook's in the audience. Thank you for your leadership. This is a critical organization that the city of Corpus Christi allocates gives $75,000 towards. It's a great investment. I've seen it firsthand in the work that they do to continue to protect our installation, and that means thousands of jobs in this community. Thank you for being here, and again, thank you for both your leadership. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 26.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. The next item pulled or requested was item number 7. That is a zoning case number 0222-04, exclusive housing in District 2, 1333 Logan Avenue. And who pulled this one? Mr. Hernandez.
And Mayor, I just pulled this because I intended to vote no on it.
Okay.
I move for approval. Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 8 was also pulled by Mr. Hernandez. That is an ordinance amending the Unified Development Code to delegate approval of wastewater lot or acreage fee exemptions to the Director of Development Services. Mr. Hernandez, your question?
Again, I pulled this because I was going to vote no on it. I thought the amount of acreage was too much, so
Okay.
I will be voting no.
I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 8.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
The motion carries. And the last item pulled was item number 13. That would be a motion authorizing a 4-month agreement with Valley Garden Center, DBA Southern Landscapes of McAllen, for the purchase and installation of trees at 230 trees, I might add, at 30 city parks. Who pulled this item? Mr. Hernandez, what is your question?
Okay, this was brought to the attention in terms of where these trees were going to be going. One of them that was pulled up, that came up, was Brockhampton Park. Now, oddly enough, the person that came and approached me, this is one of our port commissioners, regarding utilizing Brockhampton as a field to participate in cricket. However, if you're going to be putting trees in how that goes, you may not be able to use it for that. So I just want to kind of understand how you're going to be planting these trees in these parks, and is there any kind of design or, how's this going to work? If you can please explain that.
Well, and before you do, I might add, include the acreage of that park. It's a huge park, Brockhampton.
Yeah, and the cricket field uses a lot of acreage, so that's why I mentioned it.
Well, and the other thing to include would be the conversations that have already been had regarding cricket.
Right, so we've, Dante Gonzalez here. So we've actually looked at the different parks, and the way that we set it up is by looking at the parks that did not have a lot of trees and a lot of foliage. So we consider some of that. That was one of the considerations, bigger considerations that we had for that. The other consideration is the utilization of the park. So the park, in this case, Brockhampton Park, was being utilized for cricket. We added trees closer to the playground unit where kids are going to be mostly, and not necessarily on the open field where cricket's going to be. There's 2 trees that are on one of the corners of the park where there's already some trees already situated on there. So 2 trees are going to be placed on that. But the field in question, which is going to be right in the middle, we're not adding any trees to that because that park was being utilized for that. And that is a neighborhood park, and that is, I believe it's a 5-acre park.
Right.
It is a huge park, and I think that's one of the reasons why it was considered for that. So the other side of this, and I know we've done this up on the north side, but in terms of the care of these trees, I mean, a lot of these parks don't have irrigation systems. And so if we're going to be planting these trees, we have to at least take care of them for the first few years until they get their root systems in place. Can you please describe how we're going to take care of those so we don't lose our investment?
Absolutely, and that is a great question. So to put it a little bit of ease to that question is we had already a phase 1 of planting trees. We planted 230 trees previously to that, and we've had no trees that were 95 gallons that were planted that have died. So we have a pretty good system of watering those plants, watering the trees, and we're going to do the exact same thing with these trees. These are 95-gallon trees for 2 reasons. One, they're more established. They'll be able to grab onto the ground a lot easier. And then for the second reason is that the 95-gallon trees are harder to somebody to come out and remove them or push them down. So that keeps the tree up, and it also allows for that tree to be able to hold on to the ground. And then our watering system, which is utilizing a mobile unit, we go through and water each tree. And like I said, we had 0 trees that had died from the first phase, and we're expecting the same thing for the second phase.
Okay. Like I said, we're adding a bunch more trees from the first phase, and I'm assuming we're still doing the same thing for those trees. Yes. So just want to make sure we don't lose any of these things.
We love our trees.
We do.
Trees are great. Brockhampton is off of Cimarron.
Cathy Middle School?
Yeah, it's right next to Cathy Middle School, or should I say the Garcia Library.
Okay. Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really happy to see this item on the agenda, and Mr. Zanoni, it was a year and a half ago that we had some trees planted in District 2, and that was really well received by the community, so I'm really glad to see this here. Dante, you kind of answered one of the questions I had here was how were the parks identified for these tree locations. And then the other question I had was, how many trees are we going to see in each park? Do you have that breakdown?
Yes, it's actually on the agenda item. If you go through it, each district was broken down pretty evenly throughout all 5 districts of the city. District 2 is going to have some trees at Casa Linda Park, and we're going to plant there 4 trees. HEB Park's going to get 8 trees. Prescott, Lawson, Catalina, Collier, and Sam Houston Park. They're going to get roughly about 40 to 50 trees there.
Yeah, I see the parks listed on the agenda item, but I didn't see any. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I can't find it here on the.
I can provide you with
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes. And thank you for this initiative. This is the second largest tree planting initiative, which is extremely important to neighborhoods, to parks, to just quality of life. So thank you,
It is,
Mr.
right.
Zanoni. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome, Mayor. Can I just add that this was included in the budget as part of an
Yes.
initiative? And I also wanted to piggyback on Councilman Molina, where in his district, there were a number of volunteers that helped us, Councilman Molina, right, get the site ready. So if there's any district that wants to put together a volunteer group to help get the site ready, clean the ground, that type of thing, it worked real well the last time.
That'd be great.
It gave the community to be part of the
Yes.
project and
I wanna be a
take
part of it.
ownership. So we'll
Okay.
be interested in that as well.
Great. Thank you. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So with that, thank you, gentlemen. It's come to my attention that we have looked over Mr. Gordy. I'm going to allow you to go ahead and make your public comment, and then we will hear from our port commissioners. Mr. Gordy.
Yes, my name is Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray, and I'm down here for the same thing I was here before. I'm getting ripped off. I've been getting DVDs of the council meetings for quite a while, and I've been paying $350 and $375. I requested that DVD of the council meeting on the 22nd, and for some ungodly reason, the city wants $97.50 for the same thing I've been paying $350 and $375. They're charging $93.75 to put a DVD in a recorder and hit the record button. They've never charged that before. It was included $350 and $375. It's time for this city council to find out what's going on. I've asked and asked and asked why the price went from $350 to $97.50. I can't get no answer. I'm asking this city council to get an answer why the price went up. That is public information. The letter went out today to the Texas Attorney General to ask them to investigate the city and find out why the price went like it did. Here's DVDs that I paid $350 for, and all of a sudden now they want $97.50 for a DVD. That is about as ridiculous as it can be. And it's time for this city council to get involved and find out why the city staff is ripping this or trying to rip off the public. There's no sense in getting charged that much for a DVD when the price normally is $350 to $375, and they want $97.50. It's time for somebody to ask why. If you're going to allow them to rip off the customers, you'll know it come the next election. I'll remember it, that's for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. Okay, with that, I'd like to call Commissioner Ahuja, please. And what we're going to do is hear from our city-appointed port commissioners. You do not have a team member. You actually do. One of which is here, Commissioner Guerra. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Engel, our third city-appointed commissioner, is not able to be here in any form. So just for the record. So Commissioner Ahuja and Guerra, as the city's water regional water producer, we're very concerned about the direction that the port is taking at this point in time. We've requested your presence here today because you are our city appointees, and there has been a lack of communication. I'd like for you, Commissioner Ahuja, if you could help us understand the recent actions by the Port of Corpus Christi as a port commissioner.
Sure, Mayor. And first of all, hello, everybody, Councilman, Mayor, Peter, and everybody else in this room. As you guys know, there's a lot going on at the port, and Gabe, my fellow commissioner, is the newest commissioner, and I've been on the seat a little over a year. Every day is a new day. There's a lot to learn. This action that we're talking about here was also a total surprise to me. I heard from some of you all the evening of.
Excuse me, Commissioner, could you state the action?
Okay. The action was where the Port of Corpus Christi filed an abridged application for the SWIFT loan with the, I believe, state of Texas. So I've had conversations with our staff and with our chairman, Charlie Zahn. From what I understand, the initial abridged application that was filed on February 1st, did not need a commission approval. It was discussed between our CEO, Sean Starbridge, who talked to Chairman Charlie Zahn, and that is the step one of a two-step procedure to file for the SWIFT loan. Because it did not need the full commission approval, and no loan can be granted based on the abridged application, they went ahead and did it. But the full application, which is due in May of 2022, requires a full commission approval. There was an executive session in April meeting of the Port of Corpus City Commissioners, and in that commission meeting last week, it was decided that at this time, Port will not be applying for the SWIFT loan currently. And I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, let me understand you here, right, that you're going to be pulling your SWIFT loan application?
So there's nothing to pull. You apply, you do this abridged application to say, for a very preliminary two-page application, say we'll be applying
right. It's a
formal application.
It's a pre-application to put you on the on the board.
That's it. And if you don't do that, you can't do the step two, and we're not going to do the step two.
Okay.
This currently, what I've been told.
Okay, so just so you know, I voted against the city's SWIFT loan application as well, so I'm not necessarily in approval of that either. But I want to understand. I want to make it clear from my perspective as a councilman that, you know, and I mentioned this to other council members, is that I encourage the port, and it's just my opinion,
right.
my council, my point, to continue to go after that permit. And I understand you're only doing the discharge permit. You haven't applied for a water rights permit, but to continue to apply for that and seek that permit, simply because it gives us options. I do not know if the city is going to get the permit that we've applied for in the Inner Harbor, and we haven't done a lot of work on the La Quinta Channel one either. So it gives us options to go forward, but I think it's premature to borrow money or to put in an application to borrow money and to possibly look at other different options besides borrowing money from our perspective to do that. So, but I don't want to be a hindrance to do that, because it is important that, who knows what might happen. We may not get ours, and yours might be the only one that's available. And I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot by not having that option. So, as a city councilman myself, I encourage you to continue going after that permit. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you for the time you're taking out to come out here. Now, you're on here, you're an accomplished businessman, right? That you came to this country 40 years ago, really with nothing. You and your brother have become very successful.
We've been fortunate.
Yeah, and we appreciate, we are a country of immigrants on there and doing this time. So, desal, as a port commissioner, how many times have you as a port commissioner been briefed by your staff on desalinization, the port getting in that business?
Every time there's a topic out there, we are mostly discussing these days the application for the permit on the Harbor Island and all of the meetings that our lawyers are having to go through with SOA and things like that. And that's the only time we discuss the desal.
Okay. And if you've been given any cost analysis, what this is going to cost?
I have not, but I've heard numbers upwards of $300 million.
Okay, but as a commissioner, you have not.
Correct.
On there. If you talk to our other water users in there, what their thought on Harbor Island is, the large water users, you got feedback from them?
No, I have recently understood that there used to be a committee of high water users that used to meet, and I am encouraging everybody to get together and have that meeting again, because it's important to have all points of view to get it right.
Okay, and has the port, have you all reached out to third parties on that? I'm talking about the 3P types, all the Ps with it, reached out to these engineering third-party providers of water that we hear so much talk about?
I have not heard. If they have reached out, I haven't heard about that yet.
Okay, so as far as a commissioner, you're not aware that they have?
Correct.
On there.
If you don't mind, Councilman, my point with all of this, as I've mentioned here before, is let's get the permit. Let's see what the permit says and allows us to do, and then move forward according to that permit. And that's how I approach my projects.
Do you support the port being in the water business?
I have been told that if the port gets a permit, it is 100% given that the city and the port need to sit down together, and the city is the distribution system.
Okay, but I guess my question, do you support the port being in the water business? I know your resolution you passed last week, the city get together, but we've been not getting together now for about 4 years.
I would like to take a lead on that, and I've had meetings with the mayor. I think for 13, 14 months that I've been on it, there's so many discussions about this, the most sensitive topic that we have, that we've just got to say tomorrow. Let's get together someplace tomorrow and figure each other out. And I think we've been pushing the can down the road a little too much. We just need to do it.
And being in the oil and gas business, you're very familiar with take-or-pay contracts, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So are you aware that most of these P3 type contracts are take-or-pays?
I'm not.
Okay. So you haven't done any homework, you haven't been briefed by staff?
Correct.
Anything like that? You haven't done any cost analysis on there? Have you been shown any of the previous studies? So the port led a desalinization initiative, partnered with the city of Corpus Christi and our large water users on there. And they analyzed a number of sites. Have you heard, seen anything about that report that was led by the Port of Corpus Christi?
No, sir, I have not. I was just being told that the 2 sites that where the permits are filed were the conclusion of that research.
And you have not seen the Freeze and Nichols report that the city of Corpus Christi did, a public document that analyzed 22 different locations, looking for the most affordable location? That's one of the criteria?
I have not.
Okay, okie dokie. On there with it. And I think as a sitting commissioner, this is the port's, the abridged application on there. And so this application is for $495 million. And you're here today. I appreciate your honesty and candor. I know you're a straight-up guy in my dealings and stuff. But it just is beyond my comprehension that an application was made, the first of 2 steps, even though it didn't take, that you as a commission weren't notified of getting into an area that you don't have any history in on there. It's kind of questionable as far as your activities. No other port, an organization that does $150 million in sales going out to $495. But this is the application that, and just kind of for the record for everybody out there, the deadline for this application was February 1st of this year. The city of Corpus Christi found out about this on April 12th. Found out about it by a third party, not by the Port of Corpus Christi, even though the mayor and others had, some of my fellow council members had been in conversation with port staff, commissioners that were aware of it. So we had 10 weeks of silence, and not the courtesy of the regional water supplier providing the water for 7 counties, 19 communities, and 500,000 people. That has a just huge effect on our system and our water rates. But I want to read on this abridged application, and this is the second paragraph. By submitting this application, you understand and confirm that the information provided is true and correct to the best of your knowledge on there. And we go down. This is provided by an officer of the port. $495 million, $115 million, that which is soft cost. Are you aware of that? That you're applying for $115 million of consultants, engineers in this $495 million?
I have
Were
not.
you briefed on that?
I am
No.
not.
Okay. And in that, we go, so you're saying everything is true and correct. And then we go on down. List of water systems served by the proposed project. City of Corpus Christi. Mr. Zanoni, has anybody in this city been approached by the port as a customer on this application?
No, Councilman Smith, we were not approached by that.
So your senior executive staff put this out to the Texas Water Development Board, said everything is true and correct. You list us as a customer. We've never been approached. But if we go back a little bit in history, in 2018, we expressed our opinion that Harbor Island was a bad site on there. So what's your thoughts of your senior staff, all true and correct, listing us in your business? Would you list somebody as a customer on an application on there without even talking to them?
I cannot speak for them, Councilman Smith. It's the discussion the whole time I've been on the commission has been, is the city of water is the #1 entity that will benefit if there was any desal built by through any of the port permit. That's always been the case. That's always been the case. So I figured they took the liberty to write that because they 100% believe that. So, and whether they didn't notify you guys, and it would have been really nice to notify it. And that's just my opinion.
Well, I guess in my opinion that you are the port. You are the commission. The buck stops there.
Yes, sir.
And when we go as an entity, as the regional water supplier, get blindsided by this, and this isn't the first time. We got it in 2019 at Region N, too, when the port came to Region N and didn't notify us that they were going in as a water supplier. So this is a pattern in practice. So the buck stops there. So I look to you, $495 million. We don't have the authorities or anything else. We don't control. If Mr. Zanoni does something, he hears about it with it.
Sure.
Because we are the city. He's
Sure.
not the city, we're the city.
Sure.
And like Councilman Hernandez, on this I speak for myself. All the rest, we're just trying to lay out facts on there. I look to you commissioners as support. Don't blame it on your chairman. Don't blame it on the staff. It's you. So.
Well, it's me every time if I'm in the commission meeting and I know what's going on, then it is me to blame. If they don't need to discuss me and they talk within themselves, which is Chairman Zahn and Sean, which is exactly what they did, and I'll take the blame, but I'm not sure if I'm worthy of the blame.
And one last comment, and thank you. Like I say, I know you're a very accomplished, a trustworthy guy. I appreciate you working on the commission with it.
Thank you.
This body here, we don't take things lightly. We spend time on there. We investigate. If it's something that is going to materially, strategically change our policy, we're a policy-making body. We go and we find out. We don't let others come and tell us. We go and do it. We don't rely on single ones. We talk to our citizens on there. We work for our citizens on there.
Yes,
we talk to our customers. We get a full voice. And if staff is not performing to giving us the proper information, they hear about it. And they hear loudly.
Yep.
Sometimes.
And they did this time.
Okay.
From most of us.
Okay.
And I'll once again request all of you guys. By the way, you can call me a port commission, but I've been living in this city for 35 years. It's my town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are all good friends of mine. So to work together is all I know how to do. To work with each other for the region is all I know how to do. And I will continue to do that. And if I have failed in certain ways, I'll make myself better.
I appreciate that, but you are the port, and remember, for 10 weeks, we knew nothing. So,
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rajan, Gabe, I greatly appreciate what you guys do.
Thanks.
But the buck is going to stop with you.
Yes, sir.
We appoint you to those positions. We expect you to be knowledgeable of everything that's going on with the port. That's important.
Yes.
That's on you guys. That's not on us. But when we ask you questions and you come up with, I didn't know that, that's not acceptable by this body. We expect you to know what's happening 24/7 with the port. That's why you're appointed. You represent the citizens of Corpus Christi. We depend on you guys. I don't know what's going on in the port. I depend on calling you. I depend on calling Gabe and get answers from you guys. If you don't know, I expect you to go find out what's happening. Do you think it's right that the port is doing things without your knowledge at all, not knowing on anything that's going on some of these topics? Do you think that's appropriate for you? You think it's fair for you? Especially when you have this body here, questioning you here? You shouldn't be questioned this way here in front of us. I'm going to be very honest with you. You guys should be coming up and telling us what's going on.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I should have known about it. There's, like I said, there's so much goes on with the port, but if it has anything to do at all with the city or anybody affecting, we should know about it, and I agree with that.
And that's what I'm asking. This is important.
And I have presented that to the staff, very loud and clear for almost 2 weeks now, to make sure that we are aware. And if it happens again, we'll do it again. And if it happens again, then we'll take some actions.
All I know is that I need you to represent the citizens of Corpus Christi.
I agree.
You do represent the port. There's no question about it. Okay? But the citizens of Corpus Christi created the port of Corpus Christi many, many years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't done on its own.
Right.
It was federal taxpayers' money, no matter how you look at it.
Right.
And it's just important that we be transparent with each other. You say that we've been communicating with Peter and Sean. This last communication, from what Peter told us, was really a disaster. It's basically saying that Sean says, I'm going to do whatever I need to do what I want, no matter what.
Right.
Whether, the way I took that, whether you guys know it or not, that's not acceptable. You're his bosses.
May I ask if something doesn't go right, Peter, with you and Sean, because you guys meet more often than I know, I would love an email from you, you know? Since you guys are holding me responsible, I would love to be, and any of you y'all, if y'all have a meeting with Sean that I don't know about, or details I don't know about, let me know. You know, I'm there. I'm there to fix anything that doesn't go right, or if we're not thinking right.
Commissioner Huja, I'm going to interject.
Yes, ma'am.
You guys should know. You should be telling us, like what was said earlier. It's the other way around.
Well, I agree with that.
And I have now changed y'all's meeting times. I've given you the entire year because of what's happened. It is a lack of complete communication. Of every 8 weeks, you'll be in front of us. So that you will say to us, here's what's going on.
So, Mayor,
And
I
understand what you're saying. If we, you know, if somebody has, if somebody has lunch with Sean, or if somebody has, I mean, it shouldn't be that way. There should be a process on your side of it that works in terms of communication. There isn't, obviously, and that may not be up to you, but it is something that you might be able to implement.
Well, Mayor, respectfully, if some conversation happens at lunch or whatever, that it's always two sides to the story, right? Or three sides, his and hers and the truth. If you have a story that I don't hear from Sean, you know, it's just better communication. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying.
And one other thing.
Yeah, Mayor, I was just going to kind of answer or just talk for a second here. So I did report to the council on the lunch. Maybe Sean, I don't know if we reported to the commissioners, maybe he should have if he didn't, but I gave the council kind of a summary of what was said.
Okay.
It wasn't gossip or anything, it was business matters. So I frequently report to this council about matters that I discuss with Sean when they have an impact on the city operations. It sounds like Sean may not with you all.
No, I just hear that they had lunch, and that's all I hear. And if there was some discussion that didn't happen like it should, or the positives and the negatives, I would love to know those things.
You know,
Especially the negatives, so I can work on it.
Right. Another question is, Rajan, Gabe, when did you find out about the SWIFT loan? And
That evening when we got the text from the council members and the mayor.
Okay, you found it out through us, right?
Through you.
You think that's appropriate?
It is not.
Thank you.
Okay.
Especially something that big.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Rajan, thank you very much for being here today.
Yes, sir.
I sincerely appreciate
pleasure.
it. I'm sorry that you were the first guy up.
That's okay. Like I said, I have nothing to hide. All my cards are face up.
I also want to mention your chairman, Charlie Zahn, and Charlie's been a good friend of mine for many, many years, is having some health challenges, and he's having a medical procedure done this week, and I want to extend
Thanks.
my prayers and best wishes to Charlie and his
Thank
family.
you, sir.
He goes through that. So I'm going to try to cut to the chase. This city has been very concerned about the fact that its Port Commission and the Port Commission city representatives in specific have not been kept abreast of things and decisions that are being made by the staff at the port. And we've been very concerned about that. And we've tried to send that message over numerous times. And we sent, here a few months ago, we sent a pretty strong message by not reappointing one of the city appointees that had been there a while.
Right.
And I think that is a fairly strong message that this council is not completely satisfied with what's happening at the port.
Okay.
This is a very important issue to us. At the very least, your CEO should have picked up the phone and called our city manager and said, oh, by the way, we're going to make application for a $500 million SWIFT loan.
Right.
And I will tell you, if our city manager, who is our CEO, had gone out and done that without informing his city council, he probably wouldn't be sitting here today.
Right.
So we take these matters very seriously. Now, Charlie went on TV the other day, and he took a pretty good shot at us and
Oh, I
that-
didn't.
and
Yeah,
that's
okay.
when he said that in his mind, and what he thinks he has communicated to the Port Commission staff and Port Commissioners, is that if the port were to acquire a desal permit, that it will be for the total benefit of the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay.
And he said, I just can't get that through the heads of the 9 people sitting over at City Hall. Well, at the same time, almost the same day, y'all passed a resolution, and then we passed a resolution. We have a lot of resolutions going around.
Yeah.
And item 3, the last statement in your resolution says, notwithstanding the above, the Port Authority shall continue to use its best efforts to procure a TPD elimination system permit and otherwise accomplish such other and further milestones and prerequisites to the design, build, and operation of a desal facility at Harbor Island.
Okay.
And that's pretty clear to me, Rajan, that the port staff intends to build, own, and operate a desal plant. Now, you made the statement a while ago that they keep saying the city will be the water distribution. And what it sounds to me like, reading between the lines, is the port intends to build a desal plant and then turn around and try to sell us the water for us to distribute to our customers. And what Councilman Smith said a while ago is extremely important. I've also heard the port be adamant about the fact that you're not going to own and operate it yourself. You're going to hire some third party if you build your own desal plant.
That's what I've heard. That's
Okay?
what I've heard.
And so they have to make a profit. The port's certainly not going to do this for free. And then for us to buy that water and sell it to our ratepayers, by the time we get to that point, the ratepayers can't afford it. And so it doesn't seem to me like there's been any cost analysis done by the port with respect to how this is going to all impact the final users in this picture, and that's the ratepayers, the mom and pops out here who pay the water bill. So we just keep getting these cross-mixed signals. We talk to our port commissioners, and I think you're all being very sincere about what you say. But I firmly believe, and I'm going to say like everybody else before me has said, I'm speaking for myself, I think your port staff doesn't tell you everything. They obviously don't tell you everything. And I think their intention is to go into desal business and compete with the city of Corpus Christi for selling water. And so we are the regional water supplier. And the port needs to come out with a resolution that says our permits will be for the sole use of the city of Corpus Christi to own, operate, and build desal plants. That's it. And what your resolution did was beat all the way around that and never admitted to that. In fact, the first whole part of this resolution that you adopted talks about the great things the port has done, and they have done some great things, and I commend them for that. But
so, Councilman, if I may interrupt.
Sure.
And I've talked before, and I've done lots of permitting in my life. Permits aren't easily handed over to somebody to do something else.
Okay.
Lots of permits are usable, especially governmental permits, are usable by the entity that applies for it. When the permit comes out, if we get the permit, when we get the permit, when there's no lawsuit about the permit. I mean, I don't know how many years down the road we're there right now.
Sure.
I think, and I agree with you, okay? And I agree with a lot with you that what Port's saying, right? Actually, I'm reading a piece of paper right now. It says, by bringing low-cost public capital to the transaction, it is ensured that a lower rate can be charged to the city for its wholesale procurement of production. So one of the ideas about the SWIFT loan was to keep the cost low. When the permit comes, and if it says you can hand it over to another entity to build one, that discussion should be happening at that time. If it says you cannot hand over this thing to anybody else, then that point is not even, can't even talked about, right?
Then I would say, why is the port even pursuing those permits if they're not able to do what they claim they want to do, which is hand those permits over to the city of Corpus Christi for, and
I agree with that.
Commissioner, Mr. Zahn has told me, sitting across the table from me at lunch and dinner numerous times, that these permits will be for the sole benefit of the city of Corpus Christi.
So I've heard it both ways. I cannot get, I've been asking for bullet points as to where we're going, and I don't have that yet. For the sole benefit, the way I understand it is city is the first entity to be able to get the water from any desal plant that port may be a part of building. Okay, and I really think we should wait for the permit and whatever. Hopefully you guys get the permit before we do, then we don't have any issues, you know? But if we get it first and you guys, well, I say you guys, that's me too. If the city doesn't get it, then we got one permit and we can sit down and discuss it. And we are saying cities. City is the distribution system. City is the first off-taker of it. Now, can we give the permit to the city to build the plant at that place? It's entirely possible, but I can't give you that word.
Well, and I appreciate the fact that you say we'll sit down and discuss it. And,
No doubt about it.
And Rajan, I trust your word. You're a man of your word.
You've got my word.
And I understand that and appreciate that. What I don't have is a good, warm, fuzzy feeling about the people who answer to your port commission understanding that.
Gabe be able to tell you, I've been able to corral a lot of things in that place. I am a persistence man. I believe, and I have backed it up with the data, and you know, usually I'm able to get the votes. So.
Okay. And I want to go. You mentioned about communication between these two groups. This is a series of documents that Councilman Smith put together, and I appreciate him taking the time to do this. It was very educational for me because, like you, I've only been here a little over a year, so it's a learning process for me every day. And I will tell you that in the beginning, this is a document of communication between the city and the Port of Corpus Christi with respect to this issue.
Okay.
And up until about 2 years ago, there was really good communication going on between the city and the port.
Wow.
And if you read this document, and I'm sorry I haven't sent you a copy, I did send a copy to Gabe.
Okay.
For some reason, the communication hit a brick wall.
Okay.
And there has been no communication.
Do we know
since
why?
that point. And I have no idea why. I wasn't here 2 years ago.
Okay.
Maybe I would have better information like you would if you would have been here 2 years ago.
Okay.
But I just know that today it's not going on. And when we have instances like, you know, the port announcing that they're going to go out for a $500 million loan that we have no idea about, you have no idea about, none of the other members of the Port Commission seem to know about it either.
Right.
Then we have a severe communication problem from the top.
Agree.
In your organization.
I agree. And we have let them know that.
And so we want to try to do everything we can to improve that, and we want to hear from the port once and for all, Mr. Ahuja, that these permits, because you have to understand the community is now very confused. We have people who contact us all the time and say, why in the world do we need to build 4 or 5 desal plants?
Right.
Because the city's got 2 permits going, y'all got 2 or 3 going. The community thinks we're going to build desal plants everywhere, that there's a warm spot.
Right.
And that's just not the case. Correct. And so they're trying to figure out what we're doing. Industry's trying to figure out what we're doing. And we all know how important that is for our issue, but we need to hear once and for all from your higher-ups at the port, your CEO down, and from the Port Commission, that they understand that the city is the water distributor that will own and operate any desal plant that's built that sells water here in this community. And I hope that message gets through, because that's where we're hung up at. And, you know, I had lunch with one of your other commissioners last week, and he proceeded to tell me that our resolution had some mistakes in it, and he brought to my attention, he got a legal opinion
Okay.
on our resolution. He lawyered up on our resolution. and basically said that the port has the right to go in the water business. Well, maybe that's true, but that certainly isn't within the cooperative spirit that I have heard all of you as members of the Port Commission espousing to the city of Corpus Christi.
I'll tell you my point on that. Is definitely, it's all about the city. The water is about the city. I'll tell you that all day long, every day.
And again, thank you very much
how
for
we
being
get
here.
there, how we get there, we should be able to resolve that. I know, but we're a bunch of smart people here. We should be able to resolve that with that much issues.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you standing up and taking the bullets. And
I am good.
Thank you. And as we all say at the end of the day, there's nothing personal about this.
Thank you.
You bet.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, also I want to echo, thank you for coming.
Sure.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for obviously standing before this body where I know it's difficult. As you recall, over a year ago when you expressed interest with your application to the Port Commission, and you and I consider you a friend. At the very least, we're very well acquainted on a favorable basis.
Yes.
Typically a handshake and a hug.
Yes, sir.
So, and I was very candid with you and said that I had a difficult time supporting your appointment.
Yes.
And I said, and one of the things that I said, and I said this to, I'd said this to Commissioner Squires, Commissioner Valls, Commissioner Engel, on several occasions, that you're a very successful businessman. However, governance is difficult.
Okay.
Governance is difficult because governance is done by committee. Governance is done by committee. Governance is done in the public.
Right.
One of the things that you, as an appointee, our appointees are represented by the individuals that appoint them that are elected by the citizens of Corpus Christi.
Right.
And so therefore, we have a responsibility, you have a responsibility, commissioners have a responsibility to understand that you govern by committee, and that in your case, 4 individuals have to make a decision, or 7 individuals have to make a decision, and staff has to move in the direction of those 4 individuals.
Right.
And once again, it needs to be transparent and it needs to be public.
Right.
And I've been disappointed because what I hear from the public side is, and what I've heard for the last 3 years, is that we're doing this for the city of Corpus Christi. Our only intent is to get a permit, put it up on the shelf if you want it, great. Our goal is to get a permit, and our goal is to get a permit. Our goal is to provide options. Our goal is to be able to be a good partner. And, I've heard that often. Now, the challenges that I have is that the actions contradict those comments.
Okay.
Now, there is still a committee of large water users.
Right.
Now, those large water users in their ability can also obtain a permit on their own. They can also proceed to obtain a permit on their own for their particular organization. And in fact, when dealing with the public outcry of desalination, the argument that I've made to those individuals is, would you prefer that a private sector company pursue this and do it with the least amount of compliance that's required? Or would you prefer the city of Corpus Christi, who's the regional water provider for 500,000 people, for 500,000 people, that the public overseas do that? And it's very difficult to get them. They would obviously, most of them are anti-industry, and they would prefer that the situation be abandoned. but I told them that the law allows the private sector to be able to endeavor to this. And so, but I can get they swallow that bitter pill and says, well, I guess the city of Corpus Christi would be the best entity to manage that. Now, I give you that because, once again, the actions have been disingenuous. As I've voiced to you, and one quick question, there was a letter in this appellate process that the port is having to follow through with their permit. I found out that some testimony was given that disparages the city's permit, the city's application.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, once again, there you go. That's disheartening that our commissioners are not aware of that. Okay. And then, and in addition to that, another letter was sent to the EPA that basically somewhat disparages our permit. And it also implies that we're exploiting a lower socioeconomic group with regard to our permit.
Okay.
We talked about that. I mean, we talked.
Yeah, I remember that a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Now, once again, I'm sure the answer. I'm sure I know the answer, and I don't mean to ask rhetorical questions, or a question that obviously until I brought it up, I don't know that you were aware of it. Were you?
Correct. I wasn't.
And that's okay. That's okay. I'm not here to disparage you or try to necessarily paint you in a corner. I am, however, trying to get this information out so that way the public understands.
Right.
Just as you had indicated before, what have you, it's unfortunate that you weren't aware as an individual of the application for the loan.
Correct.
And, my comment to you when we discussed it was, as a business owner, and you have 7 shareholders, and what is it? I'm sure it would be frustrating to have the chairman of that organization, the chief executive, entertain and enter into a document that potentially could result in a $500 million liability. And that's not something that I would expect of a shrewd business owner, much less of a port commissioner that basically is appointed by individuals that are elected by the community.
So after your and my discussion last week, I raised that, and that's when they told me there was a 2-step process, and that abridged application doesn't lead to anything until the whole commission approves. So just to reiterate that.
And I can appreciate that. To a certain degree, other than I could tell you that, as far as I'm concerned, that's not acceptable.
No, I'm telling you their thoughts, not telling me.
And so once again, for a $500 million liability. Now, the other thing that I voiced to the media, to a couple of different outlets, is that the water has to, since I've been engaged, and I'm sure in the 8 years prior to that, the goal has been to provide safe, affordable, and dependable water.
Yep.
Number one, that's very important. The mayor actually ran her campaign in ensuring that the water was affordable.
Yep.
She talked about her parents, her parents that are seniors.
Right.
I can tell you that my district probably has one of the lower socioeconomic groups, has the highest populace of minorities.
Okay.
And having that predictability having that predictability of affordable water is one of the most important things for all of us.
I agree.
And the liability of $500 million, what have you, the statement I said is that it's just irresponsible to do that without a rate model. Now, that what you said, I don't want to paint you in a corner again, which I guess I have, is have you seen a rate model to be able to justify payment of the $495 million?
So if I were to approve that, I would have seen it.
Yeah,
I
okay.
didn't have to approve it. I have not seen it. They would have, and everything else we do, I'm also in the long-range planning committee. I approve a lot of expenses, and I get to the weeds of everything before I approve. So on this case, I would have gotten into the weeds of it.
And I appreciate that.
Yes,
Now, sorry, I'm looking through my notes here. The other frustration I have is that I had, and I made you aware that I had a very spirited conversation with your chief executive and
Right.
Commissioner Gully over my frustration on this letter to the EPA. We at the city had fired a letter back, of which they were, obviously, your chief executive, the chief executive of the port, was quite frustrated.
Okay.
Now, which I call the pot painting the kettle black, because once again, we don't have this, and I've said it in the press several times, the media, we don't have this culture of collaboration. We're not moving forward with one goal. Now, I expressed that. The meeting lasted about 2 hours. We really went nowhere in any direction.
Right.
And, some of the comments that I made were, at one time or another, I didn't have a problem with you pursuing a permit. I shouldn't say that. I have my objections to Harbor Island because of the cost of infrastructure for the distribution system, because of the work that our consultants have done with regard to the environmental impact.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's been talk about discharging it out in the Gulf. What is it? But once again, that continues to increase the cost. So therefore, it makes it, in my opinion, not feasible. But I'm one council member.
Okay.
So, and basically I voiced that. Now, the thing that came back was, well, we're going to find a third partner that's going to be able to finance that. And my comment, once again, was, well, you still have a liability because you're going to have a contractual arrangement with this third party. And I guess I'd like your comments on, as Commissioner Pusley, I just want to restate, you've increased the supply chain now. So now we've got a third party that has to construct a distribution system, that has to construct a discharge system, in addition to what we feel is the best possible site as Harbor Island. I'm not Harbor Island, the Inner Harbor. Jeez. Anyway, and then on top of that, then the distributor to the city of Corpus Christi is going to be the Port of Corpus Christi. So obviously there hasn't been, and I know what the answer is, and because you've already somewhat affirmed it. Has there been any discussion with regard to how that impact is going to be to the residential ratepayer?
So the only discussion, the small discussions that we've had is the cost for the water would be as low as possibly can get. Nobody is thinking about making money off the city. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
And I think, and I really, I can tell you, I move on very fast. When the project is not near where it needs to be, we can I'm just that kind of guy. If I can't see the line of sight, I'm not even talking about that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Once I get the permit, once there's discussion about here's what it's going to cost us, here's what the city will pay, here's the current city is paying, here's the city will pay if they build their own plant, which I hope they do. That's all those numbers will come in. It's going to be a big Excel spreadsheet. We'll look at it at that time.
Well, and Commissioner, I'm afraid I don't have that luxury as an elected official.
Okay.
And I'm only around for 2 years at a time.
Okay.
I've got to be able to set the stage, perhaps for the next individual, should the good citizens of Corpus Christi decide that they're not interested in my leadership.
No. So I think from your point of view, if the port gets into these contracts that we're talking about, if the permit is given, the city is the beneficial of water at the lowest rate possible.
Okay, but once again, I've yet to see that in documentation. Now, in that very spirited conversation I had with the port's chief executive,
right?
I did say, well, why haven't we engaged in a memorandum of understanding?
I agree.
Now, granted, I don't know that he could speak on behalf of the commission.
Right.
I don't think he can. He's capable until something has been voted up or down.
Right.
Until an initiative has been voted up or down.
Right.
But his comments to me, and once again, and I go in as that I'm just here to get information.
Right.
I don't make any deals. I remember Commissioner Ball says, hey, let's work this out. And I said, I don't make any deals.
There's no deals.
I just basically, the council, the staff works it out, and then they bring us something to vote up or down.
Right.
That's really should be my sole
I totally agree with
responsibility.
that. Yep.
Just to vote it up or down.
Right, absolutely.
So,
I think,
but here, let me
Councilman-
finish, I'm sorry, if I may.
Sure.
So during that time, when I said, why don't we have a memorandum of understanding, his response was, we would love to if the city would be willing to engage in a long-term contract to purchase water from the Port of Corpus Christi. And I said, there's no way that I would agree with that.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So once again, the idea of the comment that we're pursuing this for the citizens, for the city of Corpus Christi. If you want the permit, great. It's going to be on the shelf. It's going to be paid for you. So you understand my point. And then further, and this meeting was, I guess, latter part of March. And at that time, neither one of the two individuals in that meeting offered to tell me, after we were discussing specifically desalination, neither one of those individuals offered to inform me of a pre-application of the first step of a two-step process for a $500 million loan application.
Right.
And once again, I find that behavior completely disingenuous. So my concern is, my real question, and I'm going to ask the same of Commissioner Guerra, who I'm glad his last name means war, is that how do you hold that behavior accountable? And let me, by further, I'm going to state how you've rewarded that behavior to date is with compensation that's in excess of $600,000, closer to $700,000 a year. And my comment back then, and I can't say for the public exactly what I said, but was that, and this is what I told him, for that kind of salary, I'm sorry, I have a greater expectation. And the comment that I almost thought I was talking to Jack Nicholson. I would prefer that you just say thank you. And I thought, how arrogant. And so I'm quite disappointed that you're rewarding that behavior with $700,000. $700,000, and they're not keeping you informed. So how do you remedy that?
I agree. I think people follow rules, okay? If yesterday our lawyers on the phone with me told me that an abridged application only needed the chairman's approval, did not need our approval. Our approval is on a step 2. If Sean is following that, then it's hard. If he had done it without talking to the chairman, I'd say, I mean, that's just absolutely horrendous. If he did what he did according to what he was told to do, or it's absolutely correct to do, then, and I totally agree that we should have known, but it's not really breaking of any law or rules according to the book, okay? And I know you keep saying $500 million loan and liability. It's not there yet. It would have been there if the step 2 had been done. I would say that over and over. If the step 2 had done without the commissioners knowing it, and we approved it without the city knowing it, then we're guilty as charged.
And your comments to the disparaging of our permits?
Not good.
Yeah.
That should not happen.
So
city is city, regardless of who we are or we're not. I mean, again, I say we means I'm still the city, you know? I'm always the city.
And here, I don't want to, I'm not trying to infer that you make, I'm not trying to infer that you respond with some disciplinary action. I'm just trying to find out, how do we fix this? Now, granted, I've said on numerous occasions that I think your chief executive is brilliant. I do. I say he's the king of cool. He's smooth. In fact, when I was engaged in that debate, I thought to myself, this guy's good. And because it was fun. But you know what? The thing is that fund still doesn't provide, it provides volatility for our permits, it provides volatility for our residential ratepayers. And I tell you, I have numerous amount of constituents that work along that ship channel. And that also creates instability for the profitability of those businesses that employ the individuals that live in my district and in our city. And so once again, I find that behavior, that's something that needs to be addressed. And you could probably ask Mr. Zanoni, there's times that we have not had favorable discussions, because I would think that at least I owe it to my citizens that regardless of whether I'm wearing the black hat or not, or whether he wants to hear it, I've got a great responsibility to the constituents that elect me in office. And in this particular case, the responsibility is to the entire region.
Correct.
To the expansion of the economy to ensure that we have water.
Correct.
To the entire region for the next 100 years.
And that is the, and I totally agree with that. It doesn't matter how smart Sean might be. We all have to play by the rules. We all have to notify each other. That is given. And how will we handle it? He's heard an earful from all of us for the last 2 weeks.
But once again, once again, however,
Yeah.
you've rewarded, that behavior has continued to be rewarded.
Right.
And that's the thing. I'm not convinced that we've provided a remedy to be able to have this culture of collaboration. And with Mr. Zanoni, I told him last week on multiple occasions, I don't feel I feel that we have some fault in this, and that I could say the council and our city staff. However, it's because doing something at this magnitude is difficult. But we've worked with our regional water providers. I mean, not our regional water providers. We worked with the region, San Patricio County, Claiborne County. We've worked with, as well as the other counties that we've served, what have you. We've worked with our legislative delegation, all right? We've worked, because we understand that this is a decision, and we've worked with our large water providers. Right. So that way we move forward on a path, and I'm quite disappointed to the point that I don't have confidence that the Port of Corpus Christi has been genuine in their actions. And until that's documented and we're moving forward and we understand, number one, what the cost is to our ratepayers, and what is it, that it's safe and dependable. So, thank you for your time.
Sure.
And if you have any other comments, then feel free.
And again, I hear you. If you would send me an email as to what you're looking for, and I didn't make any notes here other than a couple small ones, I would be able to. I'll be happy to get you some information.
Well, as we probably talked in the last 2 weeks more than we have in the past year.
Okay.
And in here I say to people, the less work I do, the better.
Yeah.
And if the thing is though, is if I have to get engaged, then there's some challenges. Then once again, I mean, with all due respect, once again, I think we're acquainted on a very favorable basis. We call each other brother.
Right.
So, but I have to tell you that just like sometimes we have disagreements with family, somebody's got to wear the black hat. And right now, I'm frustrated that I have to wear the black hat because I expect you to make those best decisions.
But Councilman Barrera, I cannot give you the water rates because I don't have it.
Yeah.
Can I go ask them to give me some? Maybe, depending on what the cost is, what the model is, which I'm not sure if anybody, I'm sure they have a preliminary one. We can get to that, and I'm not sure how accurate that is 2 years or 5 years from now when it gets built. So those are hard numbers to give you.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that, we've engaged our consultants, scientists from around the world,
right,
to be able to provide that information for us. And because we feel that, number one, safe, dependable, and affordable.
No. That is the idea, but I think projections 5 years from now are inaccurate.
I understand. So then we have to continue to, we need to continue to sharpen the saw.
We are, and I'll absolutely convince you that as long as I am on the commission, I will make sure, and I think everybody else is on the same page as I am, if city is the buyer of the water, is at the lowest possible cost whatsoever, if we get there. but we have a long ways to go.
All right, thank you,
Sure.
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize. I wanted to address something here. I got to say I'm disappointed that our most senior port commissioner that was appointed by the city is not here, and I'm not sure why. I guess he's out of town or something.
He's out of town.
So I want to express my disappointment in Mr. Engel not being here. The other thing is, I want to clarify some things, and I can give you those water rates that we're looking at on a per 1,000-gallon basis. Just to give you an idea, it's about $1.62, maybe $1.60 per 1,000 gallons from our water, for treated water coming from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon.
Okay.
Our projections for desal at the Inner Harbor, as it stated last time, was a range given to us of 375 to 475
Okay.
per 1,000 gallons.
The staff is saying 350 to 375?
Now, that was prior to all our inflationary thing, and I think it was more, I think it was 375. It was a dollar range, and if it was 350 to 450, it might be the case, but I think it was 375 to 475.
Okay.
Okay? And that was a projection done last year.
Okay.
I'm sure it's going to be changing now because of inflationary concerns with the cost of construction and materials and supply chain issues.
Right.
One of the biggest concerns I had is that, we were looking at a design build and only a design build. I can sympathize with your frustration about not getting information that you think you should have, because I have yet to get information on other means of financing and construction of this facility, which I'm still waiting for. Hint, hint, Peter. Okay. So, I get it. And to the sense of where you don't necessarily get all the information as an individual commissioner, Councilman Barrera had mentioned a letter that was fired off. Well, neither he nor I, nor any of the council members knew about that letter until after it was sent.
Right.
So I understand fully how frustrating that can be and how you can be blindsided by something on the backside as opposed to the front side.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand, and my position hasn't changed. I don't think the port should be in the water business, and I appreciate the port going after these permits to give us an option. Now, to that point of a memorandum of understanding, I think that is something we need to get to, so we understand defined roles
Okay.
by what the city and the port can do with regards to this permit. Like I said, I don't think, after all the time and effort you put into going after this permit when we were sitting on the pot as a city, and this is prior to all of us being on council, that, I appreciate the port going after that and spending their money
Right.
to go after this, to go after this permit. And like I said, it gives us options. I'd always maintained that Harbor Island is probably the best environmentally, but probably the worst in terms of infrastructure.
Okay.
It's a long way from our city infrastructure.
Okay.
And there's the cost. On the flip side of that, I think Harbor Island is the best for our infrastructure, but probably worst environmentally. And there's a limit on how big that plant could be. I had a meeting with Friesen Nichols last Wednesday to get that information, because we've gotten several documentations, right? We got the white paper from Friesen Nichols. We got the technical memorandum from Plummer that does not state how big or where point of the limit of how much brine we can put into the Inner Harbor.
Right.
Okay? I got that answer verbally at being 32 million gallons per day, maximum.
Right.
Okay, so the Harbor Island one is 50 million gallons a day. And I remember in discussions with the mayor, one of the biggest concerns is we were planning for 2 facilities instead of 1 because of capacity. Okay, so, we've got our own challenges and things that we need to talk about. But ultimately, we may not get ours. We may not get our permit. And so that's why I wanted to address that. And as far as disparaging, the Inner Harbor, obviously I've had concerns about it, but, we've disparaged the Harbor Island. matter of fact, Councilman Smith just said it was a bad location just today at this meeting.
Okay.
So that's okay. Let's have those conversations.
Right.
You know, I'm the type that will actually go out and speak to you, and I hope we can work this out. But again, I don't think you should be building a desal plant. That should be in conjunction with this city and this council to make that decision. And whether we get a permit or not, you know, that should be us holding hands.
Yep.
You know, we have water professionals. You know, I don't know if we'll, you know, we don't have a supply chain set up. We don't have the expertise to run it, but I mean, we probably will have to do a third party ourselves to run our plant.
Right.
Okay, those are discussions down the road.
Right.
But my recommendation to you is that anything that involves a city or desal, you let your staff know that they should inform you of what's happening before they do anything.
I agree.
And I'll ask our city manager to do the same, to inform us before anything happens, so we're not surprised like we were with that letter to the EPA. So, you know, but again, you know, and I feel I want to apologize because I don't want this to seem like you're, you know, we're in a shooting gallery and you're the target, which you are. But you know, I appreciate your service and your time to do this, and I understand, you know, not everybody's going to get into the detail like I do, and look at, you know, that we have 0.0057 meters per second water movement inside the inner harbor, or 0.2 meters per second in La Quinta.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is at Harbor Island. I assume it's faster.
Much faster, probably, yeah.
So, but I think we should resume the conversation between our staffs, our technical staffs. I know we had ended that. That probably should be something we should go back to. So maybe this information could have been relayed during those meetings.
Yep, I agree.
Based on the history, it wouldn't have been, Councilman.
Right.
Well,
That's why we stopped
But I
the
mean,
meetings.
this is a new day, right? We can tell our commissioners that if, you know, that there has to be open communication between us.
Right.
And we'll, you know, I've talked to a few other council members about what we could do with the memorandum of understanding, but it is important that we work together.
I agree.
And that we don't point fingers at each other.
I agree.
Okay? And
I totally agree with that.
You know,
I think today we should sit down and have a meeting set up between all of us and me and Gabe at the end of May sometime. Give us our month, get ready, and let's have the first meeting.
Okay. Well,
Let's do it.
Mr. Ahuja, I thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for your support.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that I caught you saying, Rajan, was that you felt that your CEO was within policy or law. You didn't see that he broke anything by...
It's what I was told by the attorney
Yeah, what you were
yesterday.
told about it. But
Yes, sir.
as a governing body, okay, which you are, as a 7, not just 1 or 2, okay, as a 7, you're a governing body. You create policy and ordinances for the port. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, sir, but then it's also water code under which the
but
port operates.
Right, but you can create policy to control certain situations.
You can.
You guys need to probably look at that and see what policy needs to be created to maybe control a little bit of what the CEO does and goes out and does without your knowledge of doing things. That's all I'm asking is for you guys to look at that.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Barrera. And then
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman
I just
Molina.
wanted to clarify with regard to the statement of the disparaging of, I've obviously voiced my opposition, but not formally to the Environmental Protection Agency. Not documented.
Or TCEQ.
Yeah, or TCEQ. So
I think we need to all back off from all that.
So I obviously can voice my concerns once again as one person on a 9-member council.
Yeah.
However, with regard to, and I would hope that, once again, that should there be any disparaging comments that are made as a result of because as I had indicated, fine, if we're going to pursue it, we need to have all the options on the table or not. However, unfortunately, it just seems disingenuous because of the actions before.
Okay.
But anyway, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ahuja, I think based on the comments here today, you can gather what the sentiment of this body is.
Yes, sir.
And the frustration that we all feel. What can we expect from you moving forward as far as your action on the commission and with your communication to this body.
Okay.
I have been a junior member, I would call myself, for about a year. But I feel like I need to start taking leading roles. And if others aren't, I will take the leading roles. And one of the lead roles I will take is to form a committee to meet between the commission, the port commissioners, and the city council. We can decide who meets, get in the meeting, and have, even if it's a 30-minute meeting or an hour meeting, at least I would love to have it once every other month. For sure. You know, it is the most talked about topic between all of us in the last year that I've been on. And it's got to be discussed more. I mean, there's only one way to solve this thing, and to see what you guys are thinking and what we're thinking. And are we thinking the same thing or we're not? And if we're not, we need to be thinking the same thing, you know? The water is for you, and all of you, and all of us, and the port, and the industry, and everybody, you know? It's not someone needs it and someone doesn't need it. We all need it. So that's one of my goals. And my other goal would be to start a communication between our staff and the city staff. And the third one being the large water user. I found out through one of our users that there used to be a large water user committee that quit meeting, and I don't know when they quit meeting. Why? You know, why did we quit meeting? And a lot of meetings are waste, but a lot of stuff comes out only in the meetings, and that's where you find out who's thinking what and why, and fix people's thinking or improve people's thinking. So otherwise, we're just going the wrong way.
Got it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Hunter.
Commissioner, thank you for everything that you do.
Sure, thank you.
Really appreciate your service. It's not easy, as we can all tell. I just got one quick comment.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you're going to quote somebody, sometimes it is better to ask for permission first.
Okay.
Otherwise, you may cause inter-household conversations.
Okay.
So your dad brought that up?
But thank you for everything you do.
Thanks.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. So we're going to wrap this up with you, Commissioner, and we'll have Mr. Guerra come up. And I just have a couple of questions,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I'm not going to, I think it is your duty to be here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is your duty to serve.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a line of people who would take your spot in 2 seconds flat.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an honor for you to be where you are appointed by this body.
Correct.
What is your understanding of the city's position on desalination as of right now?
The city, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, hopefully I'm not, the city is the water provider, the water distributor, and for as long as I've lived anywhere in my life, I've never been around anybody else but the city providing the water. That is city's position.
Okay. Did you read our resolution?
I think I did, yes, I did. I don't remember exactly what it said, but I did read it.
I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
You got it? I don't have it. Anybody have it? All right. So, yeah, I just need one little section of it. There it is. So, very similar to yours.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is very factual. And then at the very end is where the true message is. I'm going to reverse that. Ours is at the very beginning.
Okay.
Resolution requesting the Port of Corpus Christi withdraw its application for SWIFT funding from the Texas Water Development Board and end any and all attempts to become a water producer or distributor. And end any and all attempts to become a water producer or distributor. There's been a lot of conversations that, in my opinion, is getting into the weeds in this last hour.
Mm-hmm.
The city of Corpus Christi doesn't do docks. We're the city, we do water.
Right.
The Port of Corpus Christi shouldn't be doing water. They should focus on the core mission of what a port's core mission is.
I understand.
As city appointees, I want to leave you with what we have asked in a resolution
Right.
of you. You have said you understood the position of the city of Corpus Christi.
Right.
I'm not interested in white papers, blue papers, pink papers. I'm not interested in any of that. I am interested in making certain that you, Mr. Guerra, and Mr. Engel understand that while you sit on that port commission to do what is best for the port of Corpus Christi and its core, based on its core mission,
Right.
that you were also representing the city of Corpus Christi. And in this case, 500,000 people. There's a reason that Harbor Island was not chosen as a preferred site.
Right.
And there has been nothing but, you've described a very dysfunctional case of no one knowing exactly what's happened, right, communication-wise.
On the SWIFT loan.
Yes. Prior to your time, it was the same thing.
Okay.
So that needs to be, fixed, of course, and you've mentioned that. And we
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
But my message to you is to make certain, and you were telling me you understand the position of this city.
Yep.
Based on this resolution.
Yep.
The part I just read twice.
Right.
Okay. So moving forward, we hope to see, because what we've heard has never coincided with what we see happening.
Okay.
And we do have a process. We will not meet in a conference room once a month. This is where we will meet, right here. Every 6 weeks, I have sent the three of you
Okay.
the entire year dates so that you can coordinate your personal calendars, your work calendar, your professional calendars, which we understand you have,
Yeah.
with this calendar.
Sure.
And here is where we will talk about everything going on.
Sure.
Because we have done everything to a transparent point that probably no other entity functions at.
Okay.
And that said, when we did our abridged loan, it was right here
Okay.
that the public knew it was happening.
Okay.
The councilmen all knew it was happening.
Right.
No one could ever face one person
Right.
out of 330,000 people and say, I didn't know Peter was submitting. I didn't know Michael Murphy and Esteban and Gabe were doing all of this. That will never happen
Right.
here because it is a matter of transparency.
Okay.
So I will leave you with that, and I'm going to invite Mr. Guerra, Commissioner Guerra, up. Now, I will say this, Mr. Guerra, I know you've been on this Port Commission for 4 sweet, short months. Very short. Yeah.
Mayor, do you need me to stay or can I go into to the office?
You're
I wasn't sure.
free.
I've got to go. I've got meetings.
You're free to go, Commissioner. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Yes.
Bring a bit of levity. I'll order the CD for you, Rajan, so you could hear Councilman Barreras.
Okay.
I had to say that. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
All right. Okay. We're going to.
And can I get the abridged version or the unabridged
Yeah.
version?
So we're going to jump right in just for the in the
Jump right
spirit
in,
of
Mayor.
time. Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you. I'm really disappointed with Rajan leaving because we got another whole section go here. But so, Gabe, you're a longtime banker of a regional bank, CEO, correct?
Correct.
On there, you also serve on the Federal Reserve Board, San Antonio branch. What a great honor.
Yes.
On
Glad
there.
to serve our community in that.
Yes, with it on there. You've done great. A very fine and honorable person. So. You're a banker and you're a financial guy, right?
I am a financial guy, absolutely.
So I brought up earlier about the submission of the loan. So as you as a banker, if you had somebody submit a loan to you for a very large amount, more debt than what that organization carried, and they put a customer on there, listed a customer that wasn't a customer, how would you think of that organization?
Wouldn't think very good of that organization. First of all, that's an incomplete application. So not having the financial information is a no-go.
Yeah. But you are the port. So this is what your team has done for you. They have submitted this application, an incomplete application, an application that they didn't do their homework for whatever reason on there. Thank you, it's a black mark. So right now, the port has about $300 million in long-term debt. Sound about right?
That sounds about right.
So here you're going for, which you didn't know about this, correct. So $500 million, $500 million loan. You have $300 million in current long-term debt. And just, I was checking the bond ratings on there. The city's bond ratings are slightly higher. We're 2 notches better on Moody's, 1 on S&P, and the same on Fitch. So here you as a banker. So your debt goes from $300 million to $500 million. What's that going to do to your ratings? What's that going to do to your balance sheet? What's that going to do to your thoughts in the industry on your ability to borrow funds for other reasons?
I think we all know that there's an impact once you start taking on additional leverage.
So you go from 300 to 800 million. So with it on there. I talked earlier about take-or-pays. You're familiar with take-or-pay contracts?
Correct.
Okay, and take-or-pay contracts, when you make a commitment, you are going to pay for that amount of volume, whether you use it or not. Why I bring this up, and this starts to get to the real point. Carlsbad, there's a 50 MGD, million gallon per day plant out in California. It's on a take-or-pay contract. And the water authority out there has to pay whether they take it or not. What is that amount? The plant was built in 2012, so it's built at old prices. It was built at a power plant, so it didn't have any trouble on intake and discharge. You didn't have to intake way out in the Pacific on there. The discharge was right there in the lagoon. Go through all of that. They pay, their water authority is required to pay them $150 million a year. This is how these third-party contracts work. They're take-or-pays. So what we've got an agency out there that put in an application for a 50 MGD plant, obviously hasn't done any homework on there besides spending money on lawyers with it. And what's the rate, what would be the impact for $150 million? Our total revenue for this city last year was $140 million. The impact, we would have to double everybody's rate in this region, a little bit over. If you go in, and if we would do it, we'll never do that. I don't think any sane person would come in with an agreement like that and say you can do it cheaper than California, half that price. So the result would be only a 50% increase in what we have to charge. And what would that do to water demand? I could see every industry, every consumer, everybody else, I mean, they would cut demand, so then the cost spirals up. Just goes crazy. This is what your organization, you are the Port of Corpus Christi, this is the path that you are charging down with it. Without analysis, you've got 2 bankers on there, good businessman, Then the other part of this, and I think, so, hypothetically, you spend the $500 million on the plant, and the plant's probably going to cost more because get some partners in or something like that. It doesn't work. Let's take the refrigeration warehouse years ago on there. It's a failure. Who then gets to pay that $500 million? Because the water at $9 a thousand, nobody's going to buy it. No industry's going to buy it. You're not a redundant source on there. You don't have a market. So, in the water code, 60.10 something, it goes to your customers. So they have to pay for the $500 million with it on there. So what does this do? You take, not only do your balance sheet goes completely upside down, $300 to $800 million on there. But to your current customers and future customers, we talk contingent liabilities. There's $500 million that the plant is not successful on there. You have no customers. You have a high-priced commodity, a fungible commodity on there. You're not going to be able to sell. So customers will come in there and say, well, the Port of Corpus Christi, if we move in there, it's going to go on the tariffs on there. So if you're an agricultural on there or a crude export or something like that, you have this contingent problem, this $500 million that might be coming out of your hide. These are the kind of things that haven't been talked about, haven't been said, is the Port of Corpus Christi is chasing down this $500 or $500 million, $500 million on there. And, you know, we talked a little bit about the site itself. You know, we have reviewed this site, sites closely on there. Harbor Island always came down at the bottom. And let's talk, where else can you get 17,000 signatures opposing it? 17,000 people said this is a bad place to build on there. Now, you know, that's the public and stuff like that, but what is the Aransas Pass on there? It's a biological highway with it. You've got phytoplankton, zooplankton, the larval, juvenile, all of that kind of stuff going back and forth. That's why Port A doesn't like it. And let's look at Harbor Island the bigger. We had Superport, a failure. We had Deep-Port, a failure. We had Martin Midstream, a failure. We had Lone Star Ports, a failure. This is all on Harbor Island. This is where you're chasing probably the most difficult site to permit, the most expensive site to build, yet the Port of Corpus Christi is spending millions. You know, I looked at the legal fees, $3.7 million in legal fees for this last year. That's what we pay at 6 times the price on there. So the frustrations that we're seeing on here, the affordability, are we going to raise price 50% or are we going to raise price 100%? Of course, we're not going to go there. We can't communicate. Anytime we ask a question like that, you don't have the answers. We had Rajan coming up here, and his basic answer was, I don't know. I haven't been told with it. I guess I've said plenty. You can see my frustration with this very unbusinesslike, very unanalytical process. Oh, we want a desal plant, and oh, we want it on Harbor Island. So, anyway, sorry for my passion on this. You can tell I'm passionate. I appreciate your work. I know you're the new guy on the block. The one last thing is, you are the port, and your staff's actions are not the staff's actions. There's not you. And there seems to be, the way the port operates is the commission works for the staff. That's an impression that we see. And you all need to man up, woman up, whatever you need to do up on there, provide some leadership, be able to come into this body with some answers on this where you're coming into our area of business without, well, we spending money on lawyers. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, as you recall, I guess 3 years ago, we had the same discussion about governance and what have you, and then
Yes.
And I was happy to support you this time around, and thank you for your service. And I'm not going to belabor like I did. I guess Commissioner Ahuja drew the short straw and had to come first.
He did, but he should have taken Greg first on that
one. But you know, obviously, I'm not going to belabor everything. As I'd indicated, safe, dependable. But the big thing for me, you went to Miller High School. You're a great bootstrap story. Came from inner city area, and ensuring that those individuals have affordability, as Councilman Smith had talked about, is obviously very important it's really important. And the idea that we that we don't have a rate model. We were very divided when we decided to enter into the SWIFT loan prior to this council because of the question of the rate models. Councilman Garza, in fact, felt that I called him a liar because I felt that we'd seen it. So we were quite passionate about it. And it's obviously it's a difficult conversation to have, and we need to have that. And I'm disappointed that it hadn't been discussed. And I'm disappointed with Commissioner Ahuja's response. So obviously, you know that's important. The transparency, you know, having a meeting with your chief executive and, you know, probably about 7 weeks after this SWIFT loan application was submitted for $500 million. And we met for 2 hours, going round and round in circles, really, but it just seemed, once again, it showed a lack of transparency not to enter that, hey, just by the way, you know. And that means the behavior is somewhat disingenuous to be willing to meet. You know, it's almost so, other than me getting information to be able to throw at you here today, there wasn't really much accomplished. So I say all that is just, what's your remedy as the newest commissioner on there?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come. I think you know me as dialogue is something that I like, and certainly have kept up. I've seen the Friesen-Nichols study. This discussion's been going on for years. We talked about it when the GCGV project was coming along. We talked about safe and reliable water. The fact that we had a pre-application we weren't aware of was unacceptable, and I made that extremely clear. For me, there are no surprises, and I was extremely surprised. So. Staff understands that. I've made that very clear. I'm speaking for myself, and certainly have had conversations with our chairman with regards to that. This job is very difficult. I take this burden very seriously, and I also take the responsibility to collaborate with this council and represent these great citizens, the great region that we live in as well. I have not seen financials. I've asked, and I've been told there are none. So unless I can see some financials that support building or operating, that for me is a non-starter. I think where I stand today is certainly as we did with the resolution. To me, it's very simple. Support the city of Corpus Christi's efforts to permit and build into desal. This is Gabe Guerra speaking, within the Inner Harbor. I understand there's a cost piece. I understand from an industry, and I know I've seen some of those friends here today. And I think we all have one goal in mind, and that's safe, sound, resilient, water, drought-proof water for our region. And we certainly understand that that's got to be beneficial to both our consumers, our normal residential consumers, and certainly that to the industrial who sat at the table with you and have begun to pay into a pot today to help support that. So for me, it's supporting the Inner Harbor, it's supporting the city's permit, it's supporting that effort, and continuing to see that in any way we can to help support what goes on. Until I see something otherwise, that's my position today. That's my opinion. That's my opinion as one commissioner, because that's all I have. And I've hoped that you've done your due diligence as I will do mine, to make sure that the cost that the players involved, including the industry, is on board as well, and that you can build that to the best of your ability and that it makes sense. That's where I stand, because I have no other information today. And that's where today, without the information provided, without the financial information provided, there's certainly nothing in my ability to say I'm saying today, I'm voting on, we're going to build this desal plant. Wherever that might be. I've got nothing to support that. And I believe that that's the case for most of the commission there. I think that there was conversation. I think it was ultimately around, you know, getting a permit. Whether or not that makes financial sense is another component there, and certainly something that needs to be established. But I support, and I believe the commissioners, I don't speak for the rest of the group of the 7 that are part of that, but I certainly hope they support what's going on with the city and in terms of whatever support that we need to provide, because we need that safe, sustainable, drought-proof water in our region. That's my position.
And I appreciate it, Commissioner, but you know, once again, can you address for me how you challenge the contradictory and disingenuous behavior?
Well, my participation's been fairly recent, so in addition to some of this that's occurred with the pre-application. But again, I can only tell you that I've made it very clear. like you with staff, that we certainly all have conversations, and I've made clear what my expectations are and where I'm going, where I want to go forward. So in terms of performance, my expectation is there is a level of performance there, and it's my job to evaluate that in my role and what you've given me that opportunity today, and I take that seriously. So if we continue to have issues, that's a problem. If we continue to have problems along those lines, that's an issue, and it's a non-starter for me. And I say that publicly because at the end of the day, you know, the sad thing is, I'll just say this. What we needed is in this community, we certainly need a permit, and it certainly has got to make sense financially. The fact that we're at odds is not good, and I think we all agree with that.
Agreed.
So we got to get past that, and we got to win for our region, and I think we're winning today, economically speaking. Look across our community. Tax rates are going down in some areas of our region where we're distributing water because you've attracted and given incentives, and other municipalities and other school districts have done the same. We're on the right path. So I'm a collaborator. I'm a communicator. You know that. We've got it. We have not done our best, and that's unacceptable. And that's my position, and I'll do what I can. And I pledge to the citizens of the region that I'm going to continue to do what I can to expect that what we had was unacceptable, and to change that dialogue and to move forward and achieve what we need to do for our greater region. That's my position. 4 months in, sounds pretty damn good. I know that. So, but that's where I stand today.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Gabe, thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for your service, not only in the Port Commission, but under the many other things you do in this community. You're as a former Miller graduate as well, it's always nice to see the hometown boys do good.
Amen.
As Councilman Barrera said, I'm not going to belabor the points I've made here already, but I do want to cover a couple of things that Rajan said when he talked about there hadn't been any analysis of water rates on the Port of Corpus Christi side. Actually, in my mind, that's not your problem. That should not be a problem the port should even be worried about. That's our problem. The city of Corpus Christi is ultimately the distributor of water in this city, and it's our problem to worry about what the rates are going to be. And I'm sure you'll know Councilman Hernandez will make sure we get the best deal on earth. Somebody asked me a long time ago how I knew when the Port of Corpus Christi was doing a good job. And I said, well, that's very simple. I know they're doing a good job when I'm not reading about them in the paper. And so this is exhausting. We have spent hours and hours and hours talking about this, talking about the dysfunctional relationship that exists now between the city and the Port of Corpus Christi. And it's time we quit talking about it. And so I'm going to go to something that Councilman Barrera also said, and that is I am just amazed that the port keeps rewarding the behavior of its executive team when they do these kind of things that they know are going to perpetuate this disgruntlement between the city and the port. We can't do this anymore, Gabe. We have to draw a line in the sand and say from this point forward, we're not doing this. And I guess we'll keep appointing people to the port till we find the right people who can represent us, because as the mayor said, it's not only your job to represent the core areas that the Port of Corpus Christi is involved in, but it's your responsibility to represent the city of Corpus Christi. And I know you understand that. Yes, and so I'm not going to belabor that. But, and I also want to end up by saying, I've never attacked publicly the Harbor Island permitting process or what they're doing over there or anything about it. I have remained silent. But the Port of Corpus Christi had a lawyer who went up and publicly in front of an organization that we have go before to file our permits and disparage our permit. And one of the commissioners on the port said that, well, how could he defend our position without attacking your position? Now, there is the absolute fundamental breakdown between our two organizations. If we have that kind of thought process going on over to Port of Corpus Christi, then we have a serious fundamental problem with how they think about the city of Corpus Christi. So I hope that never happens again. I hope that the executive team over there will instruct their lawyers that the city of Corpus Christi is the partner in this, and that they should not be going in front of any state organization or the federal government and attacking anything that the city is doing unless it interferes with you guys sending a ship across the sea with oil in it. And I joked to somebody the other day, maybe what we need to do to get the attention of the port is we'll call a press conference out on the end of Cole Park Pier, and we'll announce that we're going to dig a channel over to the Port of Corpus Christi's channel, and we're going to start docking tankers out here at Cole Park Pier and loading them with whatever. That's not what our core business is. That's your core business, and we respect that.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to hope that the port executive team will at some point start respecting that.
Yeah.
So thank you, Gabe, very much for being here.
Thank
I
you, Mike.
appreciate it very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Guerra, we've known each other for a long time. I trust, you have a great success story and a great educational background, and you're a trusted member of this community in more aspects than one. And I tried to get you on the Port Commission for a long time because I trust your judgment. Now, that being said, I want to correct a few things because some of the things that Councilman Smith mentioned about the rates, well, with anything, it would be a blended rate. With our current rates that we have now, as I mentioned earlier, we pay $1.60 to $1.62 on our water that we get from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. We do on average about 70 million gallons a day out of Owen Stevens. It goes down to 50 in the wintertime, up to 90 in the summertime, right around that time frame, right around there? It's gone up this year? Okay. Okay, so when we talk about our own rates for a desal plant, we're talking about 20 million gallons to 30 million gallons, and 20 million gallons at $4. Let's do the median at $4, and our rates at $1.62. Mary Roads Pipeline at $2.20. Lower Colorado River at $3.26. It went down from the previous year, and we're going to have different rates when we go up to the budget cycle this coming cycle, but just using our current rates. So it's a blended rate of how much water, how much it costs over that. So you're not paying the $4 or the $5 or whatever it amounts is for 1,000 gallons. It's blended with the total amount. And that's one of the things we talked about. So I wanted to, and then it's on a per 1,000 gallon basis over a period of 30 years. So you're not paying it all at once, right? So, we can get into the numbers and details, and I do that. Probably more so than I should or need to, but it's important that I understand the numbers and how it works. I want to make sure that we're being fair in terms of how we address this. So that's what I wanted. I wanted to bring that up, and I also wanted to, and I wanted to reiterate, what I mentioned to Commissioner Ahuja, is that I don't think you should be building anything. Now, on the outside chance that we don't get permitted in the Inner Harbor, then we're going to need, to hold hands, the port and the city, to work out a deal on Harbor Island or somewhere else. Maybe not. We still have options at La Quinta, but I think that's kind of been we haven't done a lot of work there. And as I understand, the port hasn't either. So if we don't want to start all over the process, if there's a permit in place and we need that water, we can do something. Maybe we can share in the expense. So it's not all on the ratepayers or all on the port to borrow that money. There's other options, not necessarily public-private partnerships, but maybe, we do a contract for somebody to actually, build it and operate it themselves, and we just buy water on a long-term contract. There's different options. I know I see our water guys cringe when I say something like that, but it's not, you don't have to have absolute control in order to control that water. So I want to say, this is a lot of, finger wagging and consternation, and we really need to have an agreement in place so we understand our rules and what we would agree to. Obviously our staffs have not been able to do it to this point. Whether, and I don't put it all on the port. We have some to blame as well. But I also want to point out in the resolution, it doesn't say that we don't want you to get your permit. It specifically says you shouldn't build it, but you should still continue to go and get your permit because it gives us options. And I'd like to get your thoughts on what you think we should do going forward as both commissioners and a council.
This is Gabe speaking. I think at the end of the day, as commissioner, my thoughts and what I'm saying is that there's a trigger, and the trigger is really about what's going on with the city and their permitting process. Within the desal, I mean, you guys have done some extensive financial analysis just within the Inner Harbor. And you've got cost, you've got industry and whatever. I don't see us making, this is my opinion, and this is where I stand today, I don't see us making I wouldn't suggest any moves, anything from our standpoint, first without supporting what the city's efforts are. At the end of the day, the city is the distributor, and at the end of the day, let the city be the distributor if the city so chooses. If it's the will of the council to do that, I'm not going to get in your way. And if you can get to an agreement and you can get to a cost structure and you can build that and you're happy with it, that's fine. I still think that the Port of Corpus Christi needs to continue to do what it can to support the city's efforts. And that can be defined in various ways. But at the end of the day, continue to be the regional water distributor as long as you can get if you can figure it out financially and it makes financial sense. My thing is it's there. At any time in the future, I think the conversation is what do permits mean? I don't know, and I don't have any financial data in front of me. The idea is, could that in some long way down in the future, short or long, doesn't matter. There's conversations. Everyone's talking about hydrogen and energy and all that. I've seen nothing on that. We all know that that's a tough, very challenging, but there's administration dollars coming down the pike to develop these different hubs and everything else. We could be so lucky to land some of that, some would think. Certainly, I can tell you right now that your industry players are all talking about it. This is something at a very, very high level that every industry is having to talk about just because of the regulatory pressure that's coming from the administration today. And that Biden administration pressure is real. And we see it on the banking side as well. So it's hard for people to see what the short and long is. But at the end of the day, the trigger is what's going on within the city. That's my view. Because I think at the end of the day, you've got some industry partners who are at the table with you. They're paying into some pot. You've made some financial numbers. You have some projections, and you think if we build it, here we are. And I think that's a hefty decision on the shoulders of this council. And if you can make that work, and the industry can make that, and you can get the blended rate you need to, we win. We get a desal plant, the region wins. That's where I stand today. So I don't have a long view of plan because I have nothing in my hands to say that I can even think that today, nor do you, that Harbor Island makes sense. I don't have that.
Actually, your point, I have the information on our sites. I don't have the information from your sites in terms of how on their modeling that they did through Cormex. Now, like I said, I sat down with our engineer to determine, to ask some of those questions that weren't clear. They did and I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds here.
You are. I was about to say that.
In terms of how they did the modeling.
Yeah, Councilman, I appreciate it, but this isn't a negotiating water. You just explained to a council member that your stance is to allow the city to move forward with what is in our wheelhouse, because you yourself, a port commissioner, not a council member, a port commissioner, don't have all of the information that you probably should have, which is maybe why that wasn't even taken to vote.
Yeah, I think there's twofold. I think you're the distributor,
Exactly.
and I think you've made some decisions and you're down a path. I'm for allowing the city to complete that path.
And
That's my position. That's accurate.
And that is the first time that this body has heard a port commissioner say exactly that, because it is the best thing. And that's what today was about. Today was about making certain that our port commissioners understand our position as a city. And you just framed it perfectly, Commissioner. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You are literally, you're getting it. I'm not talking water and all this other stuff. That's putting the cart before the horse, because we are already set up for continuing to be the water distributor of this region. So you get it. That's it. Like, in my opinion, you're done. You get it. You have just said to us exactly what we were trying to get out of Commissioner Ahuja. And I had a meeting with Mr. Engel. There was nowhere near any of this. So thank you for understanding. It's real simple. We're getting way into the weeds because we are not at a point of negotiating. There's nothing to negotiate. We just passed a resolution that says, can you please respect our stance, our position? And this has been a position for over 120 years. So thank you.
Okay, just to put a closure on that.
Close it. Okay.
Again, I said I don't think the port should be in the production or distribution business. That's why I agreed on that resolution, regardless if the whereases are correct or not. But I know you've invested a lot of time, money, and effort into getting that permit. And I'll say it again, it gives us options, whether some people think it's the best location or not, for our infrastructure. It may be our only location. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, you've taken the brunt of of all the environmental organization attacks that are against industry, not necessarily against water, but are against industry. Yeah. And so we may not have to go through that if you get your permit first, right? Or we may have to go through it, but we'll have we'll understand what you went through beforehand. So, you've taken a lot of the port has taken a lot of arrows for us that we may not have to. And so I don't, like I said, it might be our only option, and I don't want to close the door to that. So thank you for your service.
Okay. Commissioner Smith. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Council member.
Yeah.
Not
I want to just discuss take or pay. So something was brought about. Take or pay is very common. Anybody's been around Lavaca Distributing on there with it. Take or pay contract, which is common for these third-party desal plants, obligates whoever the off-taker is, the buyer, to pay a specific amount per year. I brought up Carlsbad, California, 50 MGD. That number is $150 million. So that goes into your expense structure on that. It's not dividing into 1,000 or that. Once you enter, I got to pay him $150 million a year, whether I take water or not. That goes into our rate base. That will double our rate base. So your comments about there were it's a lack of understanding of take or pay contracts.
Well, Councilman Smith, if we borrowed money, we'd have to pay that back regardless if we use the water or not. So it's not really that much different if you borrow the money, other than what it would cost, right? We don't know. They haven't done their financial aspects analysis on what that would be. They shouldn't be borrowing the money. I think we shouldn't be borrowing the money unless we have, because that's going to go, we put our taxpayers on the hook, or our ratepayers on the hook for that. And it goes to our debt capacity. We have other things that we have to deal with. We have an EPA consent agreement that's on our utility bill. We have a TCEQ agreement to where we have to build and replace our water lines. So it's not, we can't look at this in isolation as a bubble, as just desal. It's the overall rate model. And if we could do something that would free up our debt capacity for those other things, so we don't have to put it on the backs of our ratepayers.
Well, let me give you a little financial advice on there. If we have a long-term contract as a contingent liability, and it's going to affect our balance sheet just like debt would, so there's no difference on there with it. So if we make a deal on that, on there, take or pay, we're going to be carrying, it's going to be a note in our balance sheet on there, and it
Also
will be
depends on
for
the
that
volume.
amount or greater. So when you're talking about effect to the balance sheet on there, it's going to affect it one way or another, whether we take on the debt or not. That is simple finance.
So you're
Okay,
saying
we're
it's
done.
the
No,
same?
We're done.
It's the same.
Councilman Pusley, and then we're wrapping this up.
Okay, just one quick response, and I want to give a little credit to the port. The port does many things in this community which are very positive. The port contributes to a number of nonprofits and things that go on in this community and the communities that surround us, and I want to acknowledge that. When I was still a county commissioner and Sean Strawbridge was first made CEO, he invited me to lunch and we went and had a nice conversation. And in the process of that conversation, I told him about my long-term involvement with the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. And he didn't know what that was about, and I invited him out. We were fixing to have the show, and he came out and sat at the table with me and saw how the process worked. And now the port is one of the largest contributors to that organization, and I think also the San Patricio Livestock Show as well. So those are great things, and we appreciate that, and we want to acknowledge the port for the great things that they do in this community. And what I hope that we can get to is one of these days we are sitting here in this room and we have you and the other two port commissioners here, and we're talking about the great things going on in this community. That's where we need to get to, Gabe. With your help, I hope we can get there. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. All righty. So I know we have half here, our representatives from half who have been watching everything for hours now. I know. I'm going to bring you guys up to do your presentation, and then actually we can just pass this first reading ordinance. Okay, so this item number 27 is an ordinance authorizing execution of all documents necessary to accept, amend, and appropriate a grant contract between the Department of State Health Services and the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District in the amount of $66,544. Let's see here. Do we have any questions on this?
Move to approve.
Well, we're gonna do public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, there being no public comment, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And our last item of the day would be Half Associates will provide a complete summarization for the development projects, plans, and goals presented in the 10-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan and Bill Witt Master Plan.
Good afternoon, Director of Parks and Recreation. For the City of Corpus Christi, Robert Dodd. Today, Half Consultants will present to you a complete summarization for the development projects, plans, and goals presented in our 10-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan and our Bill Witt Conceptual Master Plans. This is exciting for me, coming on new and able to work with these guys and start to set goals forward and for my job and for my personally as well as my department. So I give you James and Brian, and Christian is on.
I believe Christian is joining virtually.
WebEx?
WebEx.
Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. I spent 20 years in public service. I saw a lot of sausage made. It's no worries at all. So, but thank you for thinking of us. We've got a brief presentation. And then, do I advance or just ask you to advance? Okay, all right, thank y'all so much. All right. Well, this is really not the end, but a culmination of 18, 19 months process. It's been a great process working with the City of Corpus Christi and y'all as a board and the council and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee and then all city staff. So the master plan update, or the purpose of the master plan, as was discussed with y'all individually, is really to provide the park system goals and a vision. And that's one of the main things that these documents do. And as I mentioned, it provides that roadmap forward. One of the most important things that comes of these type processes is a community preference. So what does your community want? Cities and park systems, the distribution and access are important. We looked at that. We looked at the facility conditions. We redid or updated the 2018 recreation facilities plan that was done. We looked at your recreation programming, all the programs that you provide to your community. And then lastly, we looked at ways to improve the efficient delivery of services. And these plans are very important for those roadmaps, but also, it helps establish the city some standing with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for, competition for future grants. Next slide, please. The plan itself is divided into 5 chapters. The first chapter is the planning context. So what is the Corpus Christi as a city today? Where do y'all sit as with your park system and the recreation programs you provide? Chapter 2 is your actual system. It's what is your 187 parks, your trails, your things like that. So those are all where you are today. Chapter 3 is the needs assessment. This is really the most important portion of this. We go through a very extensive public input process to find out what those folks want to see. What are the things, park improvements, what are other things that are important to them as far as recreation programs, et cetera. Chapter 4 is where we get into actual recommendations. And then Chapter 5 is implementation strategy. The document itself has a full appendix that includes all the public outreach findings that we gathered throughout the process. It has the updates to the recreation facilities plan, the conditions assessments for all the 187 parks, and then lastly, the baseball field assessment that was done. Next slide, please. As I mentioned to y'all in our one-on-ones, this is an operational plan. It is not a capital improvement program or capital improvement plan. Y'all have your 10-year CIP. With that said, it does include some very targeted and specific, like I like to say, low dollar, high impact improvements to your parks. So for each of the 187 parks, we identified some things that, again, are kind of low dollar, high impact improvements. For instance, turf improvements, maybe add shade, things like that. It's not necessarily, at X park you need to do, a soccer complex for $10 million or a new rec center for $20 million. It's really about targeted improvements to make an immediate impact. Next slide, please. We had various public outreach methods. As everyone knows, the last 2 years has been quite a challenge, with the pandemic. And so we had to really lean on our virtual engagement methods. Traditionally, we would do, individual town halls and stakeholder meetings. But in lieu of those, we did project webpage that ran the full project time, an online mapping tool where folks could really give specific information and targeted preferences on specific parks. So maybe one that's closest to them or that they visit the most often. What are certain things that they don't like, they want to see improved, et cetera. We also did a virtual meeting room and then some very targeted stakeholder meetings. And then lastly, the public engagement survey, our online survey, and then our statistically valid survey. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of the town hall that we did, the virtual town hall, and it was our best attempt at recreating the experience. One benefit to this is that it was available 24/7. Folks could work their way through the room and view the same boards that we would have done or visuals that we would have done at the meetings, and then get, there's opportunities to take the survey and then also provide other feedback. Next slide, please. So in summary for our public outreach, in addition to just kickoff meetings with staff, meetings with the PRAC, stakeholder visioning meetings that we had early on for some individual stakeholders, and then meetings with council members. Again, the survey was really the most important part of all this. We had approximately 1,200 completed surveys. So for a city the size of Corpus Christi, 500 qualified responses is what was needed to be considered a statistically valid, scientific, random sample. It's called a lot of different things. 500 completed and qualified responses across your demographics of your community. We had 744 responses, and 500 is the number that was the target. And then we had an additional 450 that were just through the public process. So once it went live to everybody, we had an additional 450. So almost 1,200, survey responses is a really good number for these types of surveys. Next slide, please. The master plan document itself is divided into 4 specific goals. First is park system growth and access. So, accessibility to the parks, accessibility to the trails, et cetera. That's where the goal 1, or they're in goal 1. Park system investments, again, that is related to those very targeted, low dollar, high impact improvements that we recommend in the parks themselves. Goal 3, recreation programming, again, looking at the programs you provide, also in recommendations on some maybe target audiences or users that aren't necessarily served. And then lastly, administration and operations. Next slide, please. There were 63 total recommended implementation strategies spread across those 4 goals. And they're broken down by time frame, so ongoing, short-term, long-term, et cetera, and then by type. So first is financial investment. Again, this is what are some financial investments that should be made. Second, operational change. What are some changes to operation that would benefit the department, the system, et cetera. Third, policy, really where y'all come into play, as well as the PRAC. What are some policies to help guide operations? Regulation, again, really city council, city management, PRAC oriented. What are some rule changes, et cetera, that could potentially improve efficiency? And then lastly, there are items that may require additional study. Next slide, please. Goal number 1, just the one that really hopped out or jumped out the most, is trail network. Trails are always the highest requested type of amenity to be added for communities. It's something to be used all age, all abilities, so trails are always number 1. And so, a goal of a trail access, trailheads, et cetera, within half mile of any residence is a good goal for that. Other ones under goal 1 is looking at your parkland level of service. So calculating what your number of acres per capita, and then trying to maintain, if not improve that. Others are parkland dedication, so continual review or periodic review of your parkland dedication ordinance. I know that y'all have been working to update and have recently done so. Periodic review is very important to that, or for that. And then lastly, active transportation planning. So as I said, trails are number 1, always number 1. Looking at it as an active system, and when we say active transportation, it's not just hike and bike. There's also opportunities for trails and sidewalks as transit. So we think that there's a good opportunity to do some additional study on active transportation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Goal number 2 is your park system investments. The one that jumped out the most is that there is not currently an asset management system. So there are multiple, untold amounts of stuff in parks that have a finite lifespan. Right now, I'm not sure that, other than maybe playgrounds and some benches and drinking fountains, that there's really an understanding of all the things that are in the parks that need to be on a capital or a replacement program. So really putting an asset management plan in place that documents all those things and gets them on a life cycle replacement program is something that's very important. Also in this goal, we recommend things like looking at grow zones and other best management practices. So grow zones, if you're not familiar with them, it's targeted mowing on a very regular basis of areas where there's public interaction. So maybe right along a trail, along property boundaries. But then if there's parts of parks that are not used, that's not used for pickup games, for soccer, baseball, whatever else, someone to throw the ball for their dog, look at ways to reduce the mowing of those. A lot of communities mow what I like to say curb to curb. That's just not sustainable. So there are ways to allow areas of parks to go more native grasses, native wildflower seed, et cetera, just to reduce the use of resources in certain parts of the parks. Other things in this chapter are like park design and construction standards. So establish standards that your parks are built towards, and then work to get all of the parks up to the standard. So that could be, standard benches, standard drinking fountains, et cetera, that helps, the maintenance and operations of the system be more efficient. So you don't have 50 types of benches throughout your system. You have maybe 1 or 2 types. When you need parts, you may have them on hand, and you know what it takes to do them. And then lastly on this one that jumped out is we recommend that y'all continue to look at, very targeted divestment of some of your parks. So our last plan had a full list of parks to be to sold off or donated or whatever else, and we recommend that you continue to look at those parks. Thank you. Under Goal 3, recreation programming, again, this is looking at the current programs that you provide, assessing the participation rates, assessing the cost, those things, and then get rid of the ones that don't make sense and add others. There are not unlimited resources to provide recreation programs. Everyone understands that. There's probably some programs that, may not make sense today. They could be legacy programs that the city's always done. I know of y'all have heard it. I've heard it. An acceptable response is, well, we've always done it that way, or we've always provided that program. So just a periodic review of your programs. Some types of programs, specific that we've identified, there needs to be more for family recreation. So family as a whole to participate. The majority of the programs are really individual based. We recommend you look at some family recreation, and then lastly, special needs and adaptive programming. There's whole segments of the community that really don't have any or have very limited recreation opportunities. There are a lot of communities out there that are doing adaptive and special needs programming really well. So there's some folks that you can look to for guidance on that. Next slide, please. And lastly, under goal number 4, operations and administration. This is very much related to the asset management plan, but we strongly encourage the city to look at technology integration. Manpower, as y'all know, is really the biggest cost that any organization has. So staffing. It's not sustainable to continue to just, try to keep up with people doing things manually without technology. Some of the examples of this, could be time locks on restrooms. I think I'll mention that to all of y'all. Reducing multiple people going out and locking bathrooms at night and unlocking in the morning. A time clock can do that. Central irrigation systems, make sure that one person at a computer can change the time, the schedule, et cetera, on every irrigation system across the city instead of sending multiple people out to take hours to do that simple task. So there's very simple things that can be done. Now, they're not necessarily inexpensive, but you do have an offset of your manpower cost once you do make technological upgrades. Another one under goal number 4 is we encourage the city to continue with the CAPRA accreditation. That's the Council of Accredited Parks and Recreation Agencies. The city of Corpus Christi is really in a short list of systems and organizations that fall under the accreditation for parks and recreation agencies. I think there may be 16 in the state of Texas at this point. Corpus Christi was one of maybe 6 when y'all first got accredited. We recommend that you continue to do that. That accreditation is really about best management practices and continuing to improve your operations. It's really important. We also recommend that with your Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, that you work on a strategic plan with those folks. Have them work with staff, with city management to develop a strategic plan so that their focus, their work is really focused. When boards and commissions don't have a clear defined mission or vision, it's hard to get them engaged. So a strategic plan for the PRAC, we think would benefit greatly. And then lastly, a comprehensive cost of service analysis should be done. There's types of operations, programs, et cetera, that can definitely be more efficient if you understand what it costs to do that and look for other methods to do it. A lot of communities, one thing they look at is maybe it's contract mowing, it's contract pressure washing. There's all kinds of things that a true cost analysis can be done on. It doesn't always have to be city staff that do all the things. You can partner with other organizations and private providers that can do things, less expensive than city staff. So that is, just kind of the high-level overview of our document. I think it's 180-something pages just in the master plan itself. The appendix, I think, the appendices are 3 times that at least. So I hope y'all have had time to digest a little bit. Yeah. And then we'll be back on May 10th unless y'all have some major revisions requested. The goal is to come back May 10th to do an actual adoption. The actual adoption is a necessary step with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. It's not necessarily required, obviously, for y'all's operations, but an adopted plan is important with the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for grants. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions. Christian Lentz, a principal planner and a technical leader who's been assisting with the whole process, is joining via WebEx to help answer questions if y'all have as well.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I noticed out here was specifically the asset management program, or should I say the lack of one. And I know I've mentioned this to city staff and our council about using Maximo to do our asset lifecycle management. I don't know if that's the case here, but we have had a history of this, of not having that, and that thus are problems with our streets, problems with our wastewater, problems with our water. systems, so we are very well aware that we do not have a robust asset lifecycle management program with preventive maintenance. And when I say asset lifecycle management, it's the life of equipment is finite. I want to say playground equipment is what, 10 years or so? And then
10
it
to
has
15.
10, 15, and it has to be replaced. Well, with the Maximo system, there's ways to evaluate that at year 8, year 9, to determine whether or not when it needs to be replaced, and then you could transfer that over to our capital improvement plan to plan for budgeting to replace that as necessary. We haven't done that. We haven't done that with our facilities, like our pools, our senior centers, our, all that kind of stuff. So I'm glad that you had pointed that out as something that I know I've been harping on. My fellow council members will probably say I harp on it too much, but. The other thing we talked about.
Councilman Hernandez. And
8 of us would.
Dante Gonzalez, Parks and Recreation. And you are correct. We are working on Maximo. We right now have a pilot program that we have been adding all of the equipment and all the amenities for every single park that you see out there. We're taking it in phases. We have a large organization there within the department. And as you've mentioned already, there's a lot of sub-departments within it, right? The recreational side, the parks, the senior centers, pretty much everything that Parks and Recreation maintains is going to be part of that system. And right now we are working with IT and adding every single amenity from a park perspective. And we're even considering adding the trees so that we can add it into the treatment cycle for the trees. A tree, we often just see it as a bush or a plant, but in reality it is an amenity that somebody that goes to visit the park they're going to enjoy the shade and such. And it also is going to add the accountability from our staff, which is going to be geotagged. So now we're going to be able to see people that actually are out there checking the amenities. So it is something that we're already working on, and as part of the recommendation, we've already preempted that, and we're working already on that.
Okay, so I'm hoping to see some things added to our capital improvement plan with regards to that, right? Because ultimately that's where it needs to go, right? Either whether short-term or long-term, that's where, that's how we budgeted for it. So we're not surprised, and we're trying to pay for stuff out of our operational budget.
Correct.
Okay, so the second part of this, our city manager should remember this because I took him out on a tour for District 5 here recently. And I was showing him the trail system that goes along the ditch, but it wasn't part of your master plan, but it wasn't complete either, right? The bridge that we required Del Mar College to build is a bridge to no other path, right? There's a path on one side, but not on the other side. That path that goes behind the Del Mar College, the new campus on site, isn't complete either. It has gaps. But then it crosses over to where you have Greystone and Graceland Parks. You have that identified, but you don't have it identified going all the way to, along that ditch, all the way to Slough Road. So, there's some things that are existing that may not be necessarily a park, but may be maintained through Public Works in that ditch, but it is an amenity that people will walk and utilize as a hike and bike trail. But like I said, it's incomplete. There's also, if you follow that ditch, I believe it's ditch number 31, it continues all the way to Caffey Middle School and to Brockhampton. There should probably be another pedestrian bridge so you can have a safe route to school for kids going to middle school. Last time I checked, they can't drive yet. So, there's a lot of opportunities for this, but I think we have to identify them as in place, even though they may not be part of the park system. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So, Councilmember, after we had our conversation yesterday or whatever, so the maps on page 36 that we're referencing, those do not have the trail assets. So the appendix does have the trail assets in there, but we will definitely make sure that we pick up those newer pieces, because the bridge definitely has been added,
right,
or will be added.
Well,
and
it's
then
there. It's physically there.
Yeah, we will make sure that those are noted in there.
Okay,
as well.
so and that might be an evaluation. I know in District 5 that we have that there, but I don't know where else that may be the case, as to where something's there or not complete, and then. We have to depend on the development in order to put that in. So that would be something we'd work with Development Services either to require it along that ditch or not. I mean, or do we go back and pay for it at a later time? I think it'd be better to require it as part of that system. There's going to be parts where we need to because it's already built out. But that should be part of that. And whether it needs to be something that we work out with Public Works or not, we should make that arrangement or however we need to do that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Did I read it right that this is it's a 10-year document that's updated or should be updated in 5 years?
10.
So the Texas Parks and Wildlife requirement is 10 years.
Yeah.
But they recommend 5.
Okay.
Right.
Not an update, but 5.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Not an update, but a rewrite in 5?
I think they want a focused review at 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm calling that an
Right.
update. When did we get started? I know the virus, extended times out.
We got started, I believe our notice to proceed was September of 2021. So
Okay.
we've been 18, 19 months.
18 or 9. And when I went through it, I picked up a bunch of stuff, which I emailed over to staff about it without boring council on there with it. But so we have a May 10th. One of the big things, we've adopted the new districts on there. So we're looking, it's a 10-year document. That was one of my biggest concerns, a 10-year document, but we're looking at a dated district. So future councils on there, the information provided per district, can that be changed?
Yes, we can provide the new districts and the new boundaries.
The updated
Correct.
with that. And then, so Councilman Hernandez said he's visiting with you, James. What's the proper, Robert's hiding behind you there. When we're seeing these issues on there, what's the protocol? Like I saw a bunch of trail issues, similar type stuff. So, Robert, are you the point? James the point? Dante, who's the point on this?
Definitely Robert. Robert would be the first point of contact, and I will definitely be there to address that as well.
Okay. Well, and look, I think you guys did a great job. You brought up a lot of things, particularly the overall operations on there, getting more bang for our buck with it. I appreciate all the work you did, bringing these simple maybe, but very cost-effective solutions to spend more money and have better parks. That was one of the biggest things I saw out of it. So again, thanks for all your work, and I hope by May 10th we'll be okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Dante, do we utilize any 501c3s to accept sponsorships or funding for tax breaks for either companies or individuals to help raise money for any parks?
We just recently went over that. We were able to use the Coastal Bend Community Chest Foundation, I believe.
Coastal Bend Community Foundation.
Coastal Bend Community Foundation, thank you. And we developed some sort of a agreement in which if somebody wants to donate money to that, they can do so. There's another option as well that, in speaking with Constance, that there's a possibility that perhaps could go through the city, but I'm not sure how that goes financially in terms of a tax break. Yeah. But we could see if there's another mechanism. I know that Coastal Bend, when I spoke with them, they're very happy to do something like that in an agreement with us.
Sure. So you went over that just right before I asked in this meeting today?
Yes, sir. It was before the end of the year. There was an individual who wanted to donate.
Today, though.
No, not today.
Okay. I was like, oh, someone beat me to it already. So with the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, we used to utilize Beautify Corpus Christi.
Mm-hmm.
Are they no longer a partner with us? Are they not included, or what is their status? Did they break off from us, graduate?
You know, in the past 11 months, I have not worked with them directly in regards to money being donated to them and then turning around and doing a project with them.
I think their funding came through the Coastal Bend Community Foundation.
Okay.
Right. But that is, yeah, if we can
Coastal
definitely
Bend
look into
Community
that.
Foundation is a great organization. We used to do all the park cleanups with the Beautify Corpus Christi. That's all.
And we have done some programs with them in beautifying Corpus Christi, specifically on the parks. But it was just a volunteer, just an agreement where they would come in, beautify a park, and
Okay.
that would be then. Right, but in terms of an amenity being added, we have not done that in the past 11 months yet.
Before Mr. Zanoni was here, we rejected a lot of money coming to our parks. This is obviously before both of y'all were here. A lot of money. In fact, my parents' neighborhood tried to donate to the Ocean Drive Park. The HOA did, and it was rejected by the city. Just letting y'all know. This is before you were here. This is before you were here. And I don't think we should be missing out on those opportunities. So I'm really glad you're looking into it. And I think that there's going to be a lot more opportunities coming y'all's way if you do open up that door faster the better. So thank you.
Yeah, and you know, there's different segues, there's different doors that we can open for that. It doesn't have to be necessarily money. Sometimes it could be something that they're donating or something they want to take care of. We can work
For
with
example, we did the Lamar Park. Remember when we had those discussions? That whole neighborhood was ready to buy the children's playground set and make it 10 times bigger as long as the kids could go out there and play. I think they just wanted their kids out of the house, but they wanted them out there, you know? They wanted the opportunity for their kids to have that neighborhood park rather than getting cut by a rusted metal pipe.
One thing, Councilman, that we do ask of them is to reach out to us first so that they're not buying something that doesn't fit our criteria or our requirements for a park, so that we can work with them from that aspect.
All right, I'm going to tell Pusley to give them your phone number.
Sounds good?
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Well, real quick, Councilmember Hunter, one of actually it's the very first strategy we have listed in here, second is partnership parks. So we realize that there are other entities out there that can help. One of the biggest is school districts. You know, partner with the school district. There's a lot of times there's property sitting vacant that could be developed as a partner park where you're not duplicating playgrounds and other things. I know there's always security concerns with schools and times and et cetera, but you see it a lot. Organizations the size of Corpus Christi, the size of Austin, even the size of the suburb communities I worked in, partnerships with school districts is typically not seen. Everybody goes it alone. If you go down into the valley, there are really strong partnerships between cities and school districts to provide these co-located facilities that are really beneficial to all. So, and it doesn't have to be the school district. The county, I know y'all got some agreements with the county on park stuff. So there's other nonprofits, other entities out there to definitely look for partnerships.
Yeah, we used to be able to use their facilities. We would use their basketball fields, soccer fields, football fields, baseball fields, but I'm pretty sure the ISDs have
Yeah.
canceled that opportunity for the public. I'm not sure, but I know Mr. Dodd probably knows more. But yeah, like we would go there every day, and then 2 or 3 summers ago, they basically walked up and kicked us out, saying we're not allowed to be here anymore. Little do we know, the ISDs had made that a rule, so y'all might want to check on that.
On what? Oh, okay, well, that's all right.
Yep.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of things real quickly, and to go to Mr. Councilman Hunter's comments. Here a few months ago, like Dante said, before the end of the year, we had an individual who wanted to donate a fairly large sum of money, but wanted it used for parks specifically. And the city really didn't have a mechanism for doing that. So I got Dante in touch with the Coastal Bend Community Foundation because I built the entire Fallen Heroes Memorial through the Coastal Bend Community Foundation, because anyone who wants to make a donation to the city or to the county or any other governmental entity can make it through that, and it becomes tax deductible because Coastal Bend Community Foundation is a 501c3. So it makes it very, and they will set up an account, manage the money for you. And the way we did it at the county, we would pay the bill and then they would reimburse the county at the end of that. So there's some great opportunities for that. And as far as the school districts, and Councilman Lerman and I ran into this on the school board, we used to be able to allow people to use school facilities, and then the lawyers came in and said, you know, school districts in the state of Texas enjoy great tort immunity
from liability of all kinds. But if you do something that's outside a normal school function, like let somebody swim in your swimming pool and they drown, that immunity goes away because it's not considered a school function. And so school districts have had to be very careful in limiting who uses their facilities. I wanted to ask, we're doing this, what does the Texas Parks and Wildlife have to do with this other than putting their seal of approval? Are we getting any money from them, or?
So Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, twice a year has open call for grants.
Okay.
They have urban level, which y'all will rise to the urban.
Yeah, I know, I've gotten lots of grants
Yeah.
from them, so are we planning on getting grants from them?
It's always a recommendation in our implementation portion to look
So
at
let
any and
them
all.
bless it so that they're okay with it.
Any and all, yes, sir.
Okay,
So
got it.
An adopted plan is a, really one of the major things they look at.
Okay. Have we begun working on a master plan for Labonte Park yet,
Yes,
Yes.
for the new part?
that is correct. So we currently, right now, are working on that master plan to develop the connection between the Labonte Park to where the old water treatment plant used to
Okay,
be.
and I know that's in Councilman Lerma's district, but I'd like to be kept apprised of what's going on there.
Yeah, Councilman, we have a different firm working on that one. We saw the preliminary draft, so once they incorporate some of the changes we did, we'll meet with you and Councilman Lerma.
Okay.
It's looking real good. They've done a great job.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of questions asked
Yeah.
by the media about it, so
Right.
I need some updates.
Yeah, they're working on it, Councilman. We met with them, I think, about 2 weeks ago.
Yes,
So
sir.
they'll, as soon as we have the most up-to-date version that's presentable, we'll meet with both of you.
Yeah,
and
we
Councilman.
were interviewed yesterday, or at least I was,
Right.
about it by the news media.
Right,
And they
I
said,
saw that
"Well,
article."
Y'all got a master plan? And I went,
We
you
do.
know,
We
Yeah,
do.
It was in the budget, so we
We're
talked
spending
about it, right, for both
$55,000.
Labonte and Cole Park.
But you did send an update on that.
Yes, we have
And a
been.
text, and I would ask
Yeah.
that you include everyone, just so we all know what
Okay.
word it is. That said, and I'm just gonna go off real quick, and then I think we're about done. Cole Park, I know that has a master plan as well, correct? Where are
That
we
is
on
correct.
that one?
On the
Or
Cole
not,
Park,
and I shouldn't say has one, but we're working on one?
on Cole Park?
Right.
Yes, ma'am, same thing. So the same consultants working
Oh.
on both simultaneously.
Okay,
Right.
well,
Yeah,
let's
Cole
keep us
Park, we wanted
informed.
one because of the splash pad that was in the budget. Want to make sure we're putting it in the right location.
Well, right.
We have lighting concerns and walkability and parking concerns
Yeah,
as
and
well.
Councilman Molina and I will be working on, in terms of some focus on the skate park.
Yes.
So this master plan is very important to some
The
meetings.
skate
we'll be
park, we're
having.
also working with Councilman Molina on some signage
Yes.
that will be placed around, interpretive signage on the bays.
Well, right, but doesn't
Yeah.
that have to do with the master plan?
Because
before?
we're going to ask them where we should place them,
Right.
where's the best location.
Okay.
But we have asked them.
Well,
Right.
But maybe you can send an update on.
We'll do
on
that.
Cole
We'll
Park.
get you the
Thank
completion date on both
All
of
right,
those.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any more questions.
Mayor and council, the second part of this is Bill Witt. We've got an update on the Bill Witt
Oh,
project. And
oh.
Brian will talk really quickly.
Because,
We'll just leave Councilman Hernandez here. The rest of us will go
I
eat,
thought it was over.
because he's gonna ask you 100 questions on it. That's
Mike.
why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh, I was about to.
Brian is prepared.
Okay, all right. Okay, Brian, step on it.
I got you, Councilman Hernandez. All right, good late afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. It's a pleasure to be here. Again, I'm going to keep this brief. We've had some one-on-ones with various council members, kind of give you an update what's coming. Also with Councilman Hernandez, we've had multiple conversations, so it's been awesome experience. As James mentioned, this has been tracking with the master plan. It was an added project to the overall 10-year master plan, but it's site-specific toward Bill Witt. So I'm excited to present kind of the draft plan to y'all. So the purpose, I want to go ahead and kind of recap what we did. So if you don't mind pulling up the first slide, please. So the purpose of the plan obviously is to provide a vision for the 136-acre Bill Witt Park. So that was conveyed to the city in 1980, and it was a former NASA Naval Air Station as well as a NASA tracking site. So it's got a lot of rich history to it. So basically, what does the plan do? Why did we do a site-specific plan? So the plan basically is going to establish a framework to improve the existing park conditions, provide new active and passive recreational opportunities. Most of the park infrastructure is outdated, it's unsafe, it's also disconnected, it's a liability to the city in some cases. And so those are things that we looked at and assessed at the same time. The plan organizes current and proposed future park uses that are more pedestrian focused than vehicular focused. So if you've been out there, there is no pedestrian connectivity with your current amenities out there. So in recent years, the city has done some improvements within the park itself. So 2 restrooms were added, a splash pad, also the dog park, and also a partial trail to the west side, approximately a half-mile trail to the west and south side of the park area. So based on those uses, and then the upcoming aquatic center that was earmarked for Bill Witt that's currently being planned by Kimley Horn Associates, there's a need and further emphasis to actually master plan Bill Witt site. As you know, things have just been placed there over time. There's a lot of disconnect, and as things just keep populating out there, it needs to make sense. It needs to allow the park to grow and to thrive. I don't know where the presentation, do I need to hit something to cue it up? Oh, they're queuing it up, okay. I'm sorry. Again, public input process, which I'll skip through a couple of slides once they come up. We piggybacked onto the 10-year master plan. There's a subset of discussions with council members, with key stakeholders throughout the beginning of the process. And when I say key stakeholders, that's Padre Little League, that's Padre Soccer, that's also the swimming community and several others. We received and garnered additional input from them at the forefront of the project. And then as James mentioned, we had a subset of online survey that was statistically valid as well. So it was sent out to a certain amount of households throughout the city, preferences on, hey, what would you like to see at Bill Witt? How often do you attend Bill Witt? Do you ever go to Bill Witt? If we improved upon Bill Witt, would you go even more? And what would you like to see? So a lot of those things were included in that survey. We took that information and basically put together what we call a program. So how do we program the park? We look at what's actually there and what is the community saying. And community being average stakeholders, which are some of the leagues. Obviously, in a survey, you're not going to see a soccer league, a lot of soccer folks saying, we need more soccer fields. If you look at the percentage of respondents, it was very minimal because it was not specific toward just the soccer community. It was a community as a whole. But what we did find out of that program list is people were wanting, as James mentioned in the 10-year master plan, trails. Family items are huge. Like, what can the family do? Splash pads, inclusive play areas are huge items that show up. Community gardening actually shows up pretty high on the priority list as well. And again, that's based on general community input that we received. And as you know, if you've been to Bill Witt, there are currently lease agreements with Padre Soccer and Padre Little League that utilize the facilities, as well as the kickball, Little Miss Kickball. So those are the primary uses that are already there. The aquatic center is coming, but then the community really has nothing to do out there other than maybe go to the dog park, maybe go to the splash pad, maybe go over to the half-mile trail. However, they're all disconnected. And so if you could go back one slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is a summary slide kind of showing that input that we went through. Obviously, we started this process back in February of last year, and we completed the public input process in November. At that time, if you could advance the slide, please, we went through a pretty elaborate process of the site planning, concept development, meeting with staff, Parks Department, heavy input there. Councilman Hernandez as well was able to provide some input throughout this entire project. We did take a lot of his concerns into the plan as well. One of the main things was connectivity to the neighborhood, but then again, as you improve upon this park, is making sure the park's not just a convenient pass-through for the adjacent neighborhoods, and also focusing not so much on the vehicle, but on the pedestrian, as I mentioned. So in any park, especially one of 136 acres with passive and active recreational components, is making that connectivity happen, making it user-friendly, making it safe and compatible with that. So this is an image, and I believe it's in your packet, and we'd be happy to provide supplemental copies of this. This is where we landed on the overall plan based on the program that we heard from the community. As I mentioned, it takes into account a lot of the active recreational components, upgrading facilities and expanding upon facilities. It also took into account adding a lot more activities that are family friendly. Pickleball is a big thing that came out of it, tennis, basketball, incorporating some of those uses, inclusive play. And you may have heard the term inclusive play. That means not just children of all abilities or disabilities. It means inclusive for grandparents, for parents. It's allowing the whole family to commune and to play together. So that's incorporated into the plan as well as pavilions, trails. There's a lot of things that were added to this that I think really catered to the overall input that we received. It also listens to the needs and desires of the leagues that currently use the park, and also the opportunity to expand and make it even more grand or even a destinational type park that can cater to tournaments and larger activities that are organized sports as well. If you could advance to the next slide, please. I do want to do this quick comparison just to show you a few things. Just soccer, for instance, there's 10 existing full adult-sized fields out there. This plan incorporates 12 international size. So you could play 12 adult-sized games. You could break it down to basically double that of U8 teams. You could triple that to U16. So you can break this facility down. We've also laid them out as multi-purpose fields that can cater to football, cricket. I know that's been coming up in a lot of communities. I'm dealing with 4 different communities that cricket is, where do the cricket players go? Multiple flex fields can allow for that cricket activity as well. Ultimate Frisbee is another thing, flag football. There's a lot of tournaments that are looking for facilities to be able to utilize space like that. Excuse me, sir? And I was trying to figure out the acreage on the cricket field because that was asked earlier. So, anyways, kickball, again, improving upon kickball that's already there. Softball, there's currently 4 fields there, but improving it to an additional 2. Adding shade, adding what we call the mom factor. Mayor, you'll appreciate this. Shade, something for the younger kids to do, and mom's happy, then everybody's happy at the game. So those are things that we're taking into consideration with the plan.
Thank you.
And then also another thing that came out was a pump track. So I'm currently working on the West Guth project in Councilman Lermer's district. And another thing that came out of that skate park component was a pump track. So there's a pump track community. If you're not familiar with that, that's a perpetual motion type track that anyone of any ability on a scooter or a skateboard or a bicycle can actually utilize that. And once you get momentum going, it has a series of hills and things. So actually the skate park community asked about that, and we mentioned, hey, that was actually factored into Bill Witt, and there was some community input that wanted something like that to be included. Also, I mentioned tennis and pickleball. I know you have facilities throughout the city and some are in kind of in that area as well, but there were several councilmen and as well as some public input that said to incorporate that into Bill Witt as well. So we have 8 pickleball and 3 tennis courts factored into it, as well as 2 basketball courts, which none exist currently. And then agility training. With Del Mar College across the way and some input we got about possibly the police academy wanting to utilize Bill Witt. With trail extensions, I'm jumping to the last item here. There was half-mile of trail currently, and we've been able to incorporate 2 1/4 miles, so an additional 1 3/4 into the park plan as it stands. And that includes a 1-mile loop trail, and then roughly a 1/4 mile smaller loop trail, which could be used for agility training. So when we say agility training, it could be some outdoor recreational pull-up stations or push-up stations, and there's different types of apparatus that could be incorporated into that. I also mentioned the dog park. You have an existing dog park. It's 3/4 acre out there, which is actually pretty small for dog park standards. A good medium-sized dog park should be about 1 acre. And that's a small dog and a large dog area with expandability up to 2 to 3 acres, just depending on your community size and use. So this shows the possible extension of a total 1.5 acres or an additional 3/4 acre expansion of that dog park. And so we've kind of reserved a spot for that as well. If you've been to that dog park, it is heavily used and it does get some wear and tear. An expansion of such would allow you to maybe rest an area and open up another area for the other location to be maintained or to rejuvenate itself. And then also I mentioned community gardens. There's a lot of communities out there that provide this as an amenity. It actually showed up on the survey, which was interesting. And it's where the community can come, especially with residential nearby, is buy a plot and actually the city, if you have a composting service or you provide compost to the site for other amenities, and you talked about trees earlier, tree planting is the need for compost and mulch. You can actually provide that to the community. They can rent a plot and do their own gardening out there. It's in a fence-secured area, and it's a neat way for the community to engage in utilizing the park more frequently and also provide an opportunity to do some growing. And then the last one I mentioned, the trails. So an increase in trails. If you could advance the next slide, please. Although this was not in the scope of the actual Billwit confines or the boundaries of the 136 acres, we also looked at and evaluated how does this connect down to Oso Creek Park. So this exhibit, even though it's oriented slightly different, north is to your right. Oso Creek is another, correct me on the acreage here, I think it's 189, or I don't recall the acreage. No, 147, an additional 89 acres. A lot of it's floodplain area. There has been a disc golf course that's been developed down there, but this, we wanted to kind of show an expansion of that with potential for another 1.25 mile loop trail, as well as future connectivity to the east and west on Oso Creek. So this kind of shows a snapshot of what that could look like. We did receive the 9-hole course layout from Parks Department with, I believe has the potential to expand to 18 holes, which is pretty cool. And again, that's kind of a passive recreational type component, and it's really compatible along Oso Creek. And so we wanted to definitely show you that and incorporate that into this plan at this time. Next slide, please. So in summary, that's kind of the plan and the snapshot. If you have any questions about the programming and different things that we've put on the plan or feedback that we've got from staff and throughout this process, please do filter that through Robert, and we can address that. But one thing that will be at the very tail end of this, now that we've kind of landed on the plan, is looking at what we call more. It's not just about the plan. What does the plan include? What passive and active recreational opportunities are there? But what is the maintenance and operations implications, the revenue opportunities, as well as the upfront expenditures if you were to improve a project this magnitude? So that will be incorporated, not to the full extent of a full market analysis and all these things like return on investment, but just giving you a snapshot of what those cost implications could be as if you develop the park in its entirety up front. And we want you to have that tool as part of the plan, just so you, as you're projecting, or the way the plan is set up, it's also, we haven't defined phasing for the plan, how you could improve it over time with capital dollars, or even grant opportunities, as James mentioned. This might tee itself up perfectly for grant opportunities with TPWD. But it does set a framework by which you can establish your priorities as funding is available. And so with that, I can open it up to any questions you may have.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
All right.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And I remember when we first started looking at this, and it was, I guess, a week before Peter started working with the city. I took him for a tour out, and we went to Bill Witt Field and said, we have no plan. Comes to find out we had no plan for anything. But this has been, a long time coming. I appreciate this. There's some good things I like about this. Some things I'm not excited about, but, the community garden thing is not necessarily something I think about, but, you never know. This will have to be done in phases, and, we don't have unlimited budgets. We're looking at the aquatic center, and I think in phases we'll have to do it, but I almost think of it differently. You do the parking infrastructure and the roadways first, and then you do improvements on other areas, because you don't want to do the improvement and not have no place to park. So I think we just have to take a look at it and, on how we, fund it over time and put it in our capital improvement plan and, phase it over, over the next 10 years to do stuff. And I would venture the similar things for other regional parks and other areas to where, it's not just focus on the South Side Park, but also on West Guth and Cole Park and other places where we, share in the improvements on our parks. But at least we have a plan and the direction we're going in, and I appreciate it. And I put a lot of effort into this, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And as I mentioned, or I may not have mentioned, I believe we're coming back on May 10th. I don't know if this plan actually gets an adoption or if it's just an acceptance of the plan as a framework moving forward. Yes, sir. Yeah, so to your point, Councilman, obviously it can adjust. It's an evolving plan, but I think it sets a good tone and a good framework. And we've had multiple conversations about this. Corpus has a great opportunity. You guys are setting the bar higher. I know a lot of your local communities around here have done improvements, and you're teed up to do great things here. And so we're
We
just
sure
happy to
are.
be a part of this, and thank you for the opportunity to work on this plan.
Thank you, Brian. Thank y'all very much. Thank you for the presentation. We will stay in touch. And with that, we are going to go ahead and the council's going to go into executive session on item number, is it 30, Rebecca?
Are you doing
20
30 and 31, or 29 and 30, rather?
We're going to do both.
Okay,
just in
29
case.
and 30, okay.
Just 29. We already
Well,
did 30.
If
No,
we-
she wants to
if
talk about
we
the other
want
one,
to
too.
talk about it.
Yeah.
29 and 30 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.074. We will return. is that?
Yeah.
That deal. Oh, right, for the Grove. I went to the first one, I don't know, one long time ago.
And we had the sixth grade part of it. The sixth grade class came in and showed all the experiments they're doing and this kind of stuff.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, it was cool, but, moving forward with the project, we got a price, Paulette, and I texted it to Peter. Freeze and Nichols are estimating $1,090,000.
For what?
Putting that trestle to tie the bluff to Osage Nature Reserve.
Oh, across.
Go across. You can fish on it, hike on it, walk on it.
Wow. A
Because the
million?
piling are good.
Right.
So that was part of it, yeah.
It's $1,090,000.
In the scheme of, I think we spent, what, 7 on the coal part? And it's the same length.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Now, that's just.
Yeah. It's just a
wooden
shot, right.
type and
Right.
stuff.
A million.
Yeah. Being able to bring the two, and it's got grant written all over it.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about a $250,000 grant.
Oh, well, good, Greg. All right, let's go. Sorry. Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting.
We ready?
Mm-hmm.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle the lawsuit of Isidro Barrero versus the City of Corpus Christi in a total amount not to exceed $145,000.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. And there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.